and Jim.
All right, San Diego and Southern California, what's going on? This is hour one of Jon and Jim, and we're with you for the next 4 hours, and we've got a good show lined up, and we will go out to Vegas at some point and catch up with San Diego State's women's basketball coach, Stacy Terry Hudson. I know Ben Fletcher out in Vegas for the Fletch Zone, so we might catch up with Fletch at some point coming up as well. You touched on it, and we'll get to that coming up in a few moments. This NBA, like the one thing you don't necessarily to wake up to after Victor Wembanyama goes for like 50 points and 50 rebounds and like has the greatest night of all time.
He's the greatest basketball player that ever lived.
And then like, unfortunately, that only worked for like 12 hours because we have this crazy gambling scandal involving the NBA. So we can get to that. And then the Padres, I mean, yesterday Albert Pujols was interviewed because they've got this vacant managerial position. We don't know what happens next. We really don't. We don't know the full amount of candidates for the position. We don't know the full extent of who's been interviewed. We don't know their timeline even, Jim. Is this something that's going to be filled right after the World Series? Is it going to be filled in the next 24 hours? So there's a lot of questions. We can rank these managerial candidates. Who are even the candidates as we sit here right now that are legitimate? Pujols, Niebla,
Esposito. I'll throw Ryan Flaherty in the mix.
Yeah, Ryan Flaherty. Those are the only real legitimate ones, right?
That if you want to throw Carlos Hernandez in there, even though
he was like, I want the job.
I want to be a manager, even though I've never coached and I've never been a manager, and I'm a Spanish broadcaster for the team.
Was there someone else internally in the front office that we've talked about, like a Nick Hundley?
No, Mark Loretta.
Oh, Mark Loretta, maybe. Yeah.
Is he's boys with Grupner?
Right.
He's part of the Grupner side of things. Like team,
right.
You have a team Grupner and team Preller inside that organization. Loretta is team Grupner.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
So, okay, if you had your pick of the litter right now and you were choosing the next manager of the Padres, do you stick with the Pujols thought process or do you go to Niebla? Or do you go to Flaherty? I don't think you go to Flaherty. I think for you it would be between Niebla and Pujols.
Yeah, I've kind of planted my flag in the Albert Pujols as manager of the Padres. But after yesterday, like talking to Jeff Fletcher and especially talking to Mike Farron, kind of changed my mind a little bit. Now, I still would be happy if they hired Albert Pujols, but I would also, even before yesterday, I would still have like some reservations.
Right.
But I think my reservations, I'd have a little more reservations now. And Mike Farron, as dialed in as it gets, if he's saying like, I don't see that happening.
Yeah, he said it was a long shot.
Yeah, that being a long shot, when he said that,
it poured cold water on the idea?
A little bit.
But is it anything about Pujols himself, though, that poured cold water? Like, is it because...
different
like Jeff Fletcher was like, well, I'd be
yeah.
surprised like if you wanted to talk to the media twice a day, but that doesn't make you a bad manager candidate, even if you don't want to speak with the media.
Look at Mike Shilt.
I
mean, he was awful with the media.
He was terrible with the media.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm with you. I think more reality is set in where 2 days ago, I was like, just hire Albert Pujols. Like, why wouldn't you? If he wants the job, why wouldn't you just hire him? I don't think it's as simple as that. I mean, there's no question it's not as simple as that. I still think the home run, again, not that you really want to win a press conference necessarily. You want to win on field. But I think the home run in terms of winning a press conference or the marketing jolt for the franchise is Pujols. Because anyone could be like, man, we hired Ryan Flaherty. Let me run to the ticket office.
No.
I mean, maybe they don't need anyone to run to the ticket office because they sell a lot of tickets.
It'll be funny for the casuals out there if they saw Albert Pujols' name. I mean, everyone that just watches baseball, like, you know who Albert Pujols is.
Of course.
If you're 25 years old, like, you know who Albert Pujols is. And you've watched Albert Pujols do some really cool things in baseball.
Right.
And win World Series and MVPs. But the name alone for the casuals, they might be like, wait, did they sign Albert Pujols? Like, I don't know if everybody knows Albert Pujols. If they hired him to be a manager, the first thought in some people's minds might be, wait,
is he playing?
Is he playing? Is he their new first baseman?
I mean, the thing is with managerial hires, like oftentimes they're not the sexiest things in the world. Like when Dave Roberts got hired by the Dodgers, was everyone like, oh my gosh, what a home run? Or when, who's the manager of the Mariners?
Dan Wilson.
I mean, are you
Think.
like the biggest fan of Dan Wilson if you're a Mariners fan, or are you a big fan of the fact that the team was having a great year? Like the hire itself doesn't have to be sexy when it comes to managerial hires.
No, but the result has to be there.
Has to work. Exactly. That's exactly right. Like when player acquisition, you could use a Manny Machado. That's a shot in the arm for an organization. Like managers, yeah, Bob Melvin, people got excited about that. It worked to some extent, then it didn't work to some extent.
There was also excitement there because it's like, oh, we have an experienced manager instead of freaking Jace Tingler.
True.
You know, our Giants fans today being like, hey, Tony Vitello. Like, we don't know. It's a complete unknown with any manager you really hire. Even if you hired Boch, it'd be less of an unknown, but still the unknown of could Boch recreate the magic that he has been able to create with the Giants and the Rangers? Could he bring that to San Diego? Could he recreate the magic here? Could he be that guy that gets his team over the hump? Right? It's a sexy name. Like that is the sexiest name out there. I know Albert Pujols. We've talked a lot about him. I'm telling you, they hired Bochy. Not going to happen, guys. Sorry. But if they did, in some alternate universe, that is clear in a way the number one choice on everybody's board. If everything lined up, which it won't. So we're not going to spend much time on it.
Do you think there'll be a mystery candidate like how we get to the trade deadline? Like mystery team?
Yes.
Yeah, I do too. And I wouldn't be surprised if the person that ultimately was managing the Padres in 2026 is someone we haven't spent 1 second on.
Probably.
And out of left field.
Yeah.
Now, like Mike Farron yesterday mentioned, like a bench coach in Cleveland. We had never heard of him.
That's
you know what I mean?
That's out of left field right there.
So like, or like someone that's currently managing in the major leagues, like Melvin was 4 or 5 years ago.
I do think a mystery candidate out there would have to have some ties to Preller. If Preller is going to be the guy that's making the hire.
Right.
Because I do think that this particular hire, you know, it's deja vu. It's like, can't mess this one up. Well, I said the last 3 times he's hired a manager.
Right.
You know, if they give Preller a contract extension, which we're hoping for, we're October 23rd now.
Yeah, it's true. If it's coming in October, there's only a week.
Nothing's happened yet.
Is it going to be a Halloween extension?
I do think, though, if we get to the GM meetings and Preller's there without an extension, it would be kind of weird. But I also wouldn't feel like anything's going to happen to Preller. If that makes sense.
I kind of feel like that now with the announcements of, hey, they signed this dude from Korea.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that guy.
And the manager search is underway. And Preller just spoke with the media last week.
Yeah.
Like all these things. By the way, these GM meetings are November 10th. They're in Las Vegas this year, not in San Diego, but they're coming up
3 weeks away.
3 weeks. But some of the reporting, I think Dennis Lin in his reporting last week said there's an expectation an extension offer could come this month. Kevin Acee had said an extension could come this month. Well, I mean, it could. He might be dressed up, though, like for Halloween by the time this thing comes.
Well, we know it's not coming tomorrow. And it probably is not coming in the next week.
Right,
Plus,
you don't
because
typically
it's the World
announce it
Series.
during the World Series, yeah.
Yeah, you want to do all your announcing either before the World Series or you got to wait till after the World Series. Because you had a window here from when the ALCS ended on what, Monday night or Sunday night?
Yeah, Monday till Friday.
Yeah, Monday night. So you had Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
To make some announcements.
You know, the Giants made an announcement. The Angels made an announcement. We're on Thursday. You can make an announcement today. It's okay.
Yeah,
but
please do that.
Please
do that right now.
Please, I'm begging you.
Not at 6, but right now.
No, do it at 6:01 to really F our show.
You could do it on World Series off days as well, but you're not supposed to do it on World Series game days.
Would you do it? Would you do it after game 1 of the World Series on a Saturday?
No. But your point is valid. So I mean, what do I care more about? Preller's future beyond 2026, or who's running the organization or the manager? I would say Preller.
I would agree with that. What about you? Who do you have on your list?
I mean, here's the thing. Like,
are you still like pro Pujols? Are you still?
I'm pro Pujols.
Okay.
Like I say, roll the dice. You know, every once in a while, like there's no perfect candidate. We've talked about this. You got a lot of first-time managers. You're not hiring a 45-year-old Bruce Bochy. Right. Even if you hired Bruce Bochy, there's a lot of people that would argue, yeah, he went with the Rangers a couple of years ago, but he's getting up there and the game has changed. Like I would hire Bochy.
And he's not a 10-year manager.
He's only going to be here 2 years, max.
Probably 2-3 max. Yeah.
So because of all that, and because there's no perfect manager, I'm all on board with Albert Pujols because My thought process being you have to appeal to the players in your clubhouse you need to get a lot out of. I'm talking about Manny Machado and Fernando Tatis Jr. and Xander Bogaerts. Like, these are the players you need to appeal to. How could Albert Pujols not check that box? That to me is the important box that needs to be checked, that I'm not sure if even Ruben Niebla checks that box. I don't know if Ruben Niebla gets the most out of Manny Machado. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. I have no idea. But I think Pujols could.
Yeah, the biggest question with whoever they do hire is, can that person get along with Preller and Preller's craziness?
Yeah.
That's a big factor here. Preller is not a normal person. I like AJ Preller, but the dude, respectfully, is a psychopath. I mean, let's just call it what it is. He's a psychopath, and he's not the easiest to work with, especially if you are going to get calls at 2 a.m. from him on, off days. Like, dude, don't call me. Like, that was a big thing with Melvin, and you could see that coming from a mile away.
Mm-hmm.
It just, hey, leave me alone. Like, come on, it's an off day. Like, stop doing this. So can they deal with that? Or, in the reporting that's come out talking about day-to-day operations with the team, are they going to have to tell Preller, hey, you got to tone it down a bit? Like, you can't be doing this. You can't be calling everybody at 3 a.m.
I know. We've said that for like 10 years.
I know, but maybe that's a part of these contract negotiations, the contract extension of like, yeah, you need to kind of shift how you do daily operations around here. Like, we love the aggressiveness. We're not telling you can't do it. We love the bold moves that you've made through the trades and taking the farm system, completely gutting it, but going out and getting proven major league, like, all-star talent. But as far as like the daily stuff goes, you got to tone it down because you're wearing people thin here.
That's fair. I mean, here's how I look at it. I would be utterly shocked if the next manager of the Padres was here beyond 2 years. That would shock me.
Oh, if they were here a long time?
Yeah. I would be shocked because there's so many factors. Now you got the factor of Preller's future.
Yeah.
Now you have the factor of the team's play. And then finally you have just the factor of, do these guys want to do it? Yeah. If Albert Pujols gets hired, does he need to do it? Is he going to be a 10-year manager here? The Hall of Famer, the future Hall of Famer who's earned $500 million is going to manage here for a decade? That's wishful to me.
The feeling that I get, and this is just like a feeling, obviously from things that we've seen be reported, things that we've heard, I feel like this front office, particularly Eric Grupner, John Seidler, all Grupner's people, right? Especially him being the CEO now. I mean, he has stake in the team. He has a contract extension. Preller doesn't. I do feel like there's a little bit of like, we're going to wait until this thing, like, you have a bad year again, and then we can make the move we want to make. Like, we can't make a move now because the team's winning, and that'd be bad because it would be an awful look if we moved on from AJ. How could you move on from AJ after back-to-back postseason appearances through the last 4 years? How could you do that? But the next time we have a bad season, oh, we're jumping. We're making that move.
Is that a good organizational strategy?
No, but I don't know. I get that feeling of like they're kind of waiting for something to happen to give them a reason to move on from AJ. And they can't do that right now because it'd be crazy.
And because it would be a PR nightmare.
Yeah.
Because the fan base is fully in the support of AJ Preller.
And you have no like legitimate reason other than the fact that you guys don't get along why you want to move on from AJ.
All right, we're going to continue that conversation. Plus, we have the first of, I'm sure, many NBA scandals this year that we will discuss. Plus, Stacy Terry Hudson.
It's day number 2 in the NBA.
Yeah, I mean, we can't talk about Victor Wembanyama. We have to talk about
we were going to spend
poker rooms tied to the mafia involving NBA head coaches.
We were going to spend 4 hours on Wemby today.
Well, now we're going to spend 4 hours on illegal poker rooms.
Yay.
All right, Stacy Terry Hudson will join us at 2:30. Free picks for our listeners coming up with Chris Hajj from Taking Vegas at 4:30. This is Jon and Jim, San Diego Sports 760, live on the iHeartRadio app. All right, it is Mountain West Media Day for San Diego State, men's and women's basketball. You'll hear from Mountain West Media Day throughout the course of the show. Ben Fletcher on site. Stacy Terry Hudson, head coach of the Aztecs women's program, made the NCAA tournament last year, picked to finish second in the Mountain West this year. She'll join us coming up in about 10 minutes. Let me read this paragraph. Okay.
Yeah, give it to me.
Because you can't even like make a movie that would sound realistic with this paragraph, and this is real life and not a movie. Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups, Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier, who by the way is in the midst of a $100 million contract, right?
Yeah.
Former Cleveland Cavaliers player and assistant coach Damon Jones have been arrested as part of a pair of wide-ranging investigations related to illegal sports betting and rigged poker games backed by the mafia, according to authorities. And that was announced earlier today. The ramifications here, Jim, are so far-reaching. But where do you even, I get the player prop conversation has been out there for forever, right? That college and professional, when you have player props on betting apps, hey, points plus rebounds plus assists, 17.5. It seems so quote unquote fixable, right? To one player. Anyone could get to any one player. So that's been a part of sports since we've had these prop betting. But tying something to poker games backed by the mafia that are rigged is like the NBA has had some ridiculous stories over the years. That would be right up there in ridiculousness.
And this segment's brought to you by DraftKings.
Right. I mean, but that's the world we're living in. The NBA has sponsors.
When they were talking about this on ESPN this morning.
It had the ESPN bet logo, didn't it?
Yeah. And people on social media were like, guys, what are you doing? And you saw it in real time,
off the screen.
Them like slowly take it off the bottom ticker on the screen on ESPN.
Right.
Because it's just, we are living in a world of hypocrisy.
Right, because they're woven into each other.
Yeah.
But then we freak out. And not to like appease or not to say that how this played out is, I don't even know the word I'm looking for. Not to say it's right to go fix prop bets, but I could see how you could get to athletes and impact prop betting markets.
My take on this is I'm not gonna be one of those people who'd be like, I can't believe this, and try to scold these. They know what they did. They're going to pay the consequences for it. This is on them. And these actions that they went to gamble, it's like, well, you did this to yourself. And you have no one to blame but yourself. And if you're Adam Silver today, not a great day. And it's like the opening week of the NBA season. We didn't even get
bigger than anything else.
We didn't even get 3 days into the NBA season before one of the biggest scandals in league history. Would you agree?
It's massive. And this, by the way, something that has plagued the NBA for like 20 years. They're always thinking about like, is this sport above board? Are the results fair? Go back to the Donaghy situation.
Yeah.
Go back to, this is not the first betting probe, and that's involving all professional sports, but specific to the NBA. The thing with the ties to the mafia that are kind of separate from like point shaving or prop betting, that's completely separate. What on earth is happening there? That's the part to me. If someone told me today an NBA player got suspended because of point shaving or prop betting, whatever irregularities, I completely buy it. Of course, and it's going to happen again.
That's Terry Rozier.
That is surprising because he's making $100 million.
I mean, you go to social media. It's not hard to find games that he was point shaving for, and it matches up. There's a viral clip going around right now on a game that he was point shaving for.
It was something he was point shaving,
or not
right?
point shaving.
It was
the
prop bet market, trying to stay under like a total,
right? And it was like, oh yeah, dude, you're guilty. You're guilty, bro.
Because he like left the game early, right?
Left the game early, and faked an injury, right, to leave the game. I just sit back and I just laugh, because if anybody out there that before this didn't think this was going on, you're naive, because this is just the beginning. This potentially could be a Pandora's box, potentially, because like, if you read the report, and it's so long, but there's a article or a section in the report talking about Damon Jones.
Yeah.
And it mentions the Lakers organization, because this morning Cash Patel mentioned 4 NBA teams and the Lakers were one of them. And it was because Damon Jones was a part of the Lakers organization in 2019. And the one thing that he used as a prop bet, or at least a bet, was LeBron James was going to sit out a game. So he told people to bet against the Lakers because he knew LeBron was going to sit out a certain game.
Right. He had that information.
So now it's like, wait a second here. LeBron's name was mentioned in this thing. I'm not accusing LeBron, but I'm just saying, like, there is potentially here the opening of a Pandora's box that we might not even be ready for.
But here's what I would say real quick, and we'll get to Stacy Terry Hudson, that it should be theoretically hard to get to athletes that are making $20 or $30 million a year. Why do I say that? Because it's hard to influence an athlete making $20 million a year with money.
Yeah.
But where it's not hard is in the college game. And there have been a number of examples. If you played close attention, it's actually happened in the Mountain West. Fresno State had some players that were suspended last year. You go to a college player, or you go to a yo-yo guy going up and back and forth between the G League and the NBA, and you can now influence things like NBA games.
It's freaking wild, bro. I can't believe this morning when I woke up, I'm like, wait a sec, my phone's blowing up. I look at social media, and I'm like, wait, hold on.
It's like too wild to even believe.
This is a real story.
That stuff is not wild to me at all. The illegal poker games tied to the mafia, to me, is
Chauncey Billups
is shocking,
bro.
Well, that's how they get the guys with all the millions of dollars, because the mob was setting up these poker games that were impossible to win. They had X-ray tables that could see through the cards. The dealing machine was counting the cards. They had contact lenses they were giving to players, and it was marking the cards with like this special like infrared thing. They had just all this stuff. It was impossible to win. So once these big athletes and like I guess other celebrities that were involved got down a certain amount, that was when they started blackmailing them and asking, like Chauncey Billups told them a game when Portland was going to tank and they were going to sit like 4 starters. So they told them to bet on it. And that's how they get those guys.
Well, it is an absolute disaster for the NBA is what it is.
Yeah,
because this is a bigger story than anything that's happened on court, obviously, the first 3 days of the season, including all these new NBA rights deals that have played out.
Yeah.
So,
and Wemby had, one of the greatest games ever played last night.
He must have had the over on his prop bet.
Maybe that's why he was in there trying to score as many buckets as possible.
I'm kidding. All right. Stacy Terry Hudson, San Diego State women's basketball coach from Vegas. On the other side is Jon and Jim.
All right, this update is brought to you by Major League Baseball. We'll start with the NBA betting scandal as Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, and Damon Jones, among several others, were arrested Thursday, part of an involvement in sports betting and illegal gambling. We'll move over to Thursday night football. Tonight, we have the Chargers taking on the Vikings in LA. And at 6 p.m. tonight, right here on the station, we have the Sean Lewis Coaches Show from 6 to 7 p.m. with Coach Lewis, John, and Rich right here on San Diego Sports 760. It's the World Series. These moments never die. October, it's different. Watch baseball at its finest. The World Series presented by Capital One. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
All right, let's head out to Las Vegas, Nevada, where Mountain West Media Day is underway for both the men's and women's programs. We're joined right now by Stacy Terry Hudson, longtime Aztecs women's basketball coach. And of course, she got it, San Diego State, to the NCAA tournament this past year on the Mesa. So, Coach, first of all, appreciate the time and hope you're doing well.
What's up, guys? Yeah, excited to be on. Thanks for having me.
So Vegas is obviously a good spot for you because last year in Vegas, you won that Mountain West tournament championship. And now this year, picked to finish second in the Mountain West, which I think is the highest ranking preseason for San Diego State in about a decade or so. So off the highs of last year, how are you feeling about this upcoming season heading back into Mountain West play?
You know, I'm feeling really confident. Cautiously optimistic, but confident. You know, we had a great season last year, and you know, we got off the plane. It was funny. I was talking to our girls. I was like, I feel like we were just here. So excited to be back in Vegas. We've done some good things over the last couple of years here in the tournament, and looking to be more consistent throughout the year. You know, and we have a totally different team. So it's been interesting to try to reimagine how we're going to do things this year. We're very, very talented, but we're young and inexperienced. So it's going to be an interesting year this year.
Yeah, especially coming off the high of last season, making the tournament for the first time. Obviously, you know, as you've been here, you've consistently taken this program to higher, you know, lengths. When you look at this upcoming season, how do you continue to build off of what you guys have built here from last year to going into this season?
Well, you know, I think it started a couple years ago when we lost in the championship game here in Vegas. You know, we came back with a group that was so determined to not let that happen again. And with the addition of our fabulous freshmen last year, I really think it carried over. And I saw the same thing happen as we came back from the break that we took after we won it all, you know, and they came back even more determined. You know, those freshmen won a championship at their first year in college. So my vets are now my sophomores. We have an outstanding sophomore class, but they're still just sophomores. So we've done a great job just filling some gaps with replacing a lot of the talent that we lost to graduation. And so I'm curious to see how we can all gel. So far, so good. We're making great strides. I think we're actually a little bit ahead of where we were in years past, but you know, we haven't played anybody yet. So I'm excited to get out and play some people and see how we rank.
Stacy Terry Hudson, Aztecs women's basketball head coach, joining us right now from Mountain West Media Day in Las Vegas. So you have, I guess, the opportunity of opening your season at the Honda Center against a preseason top 5 team in UCLA. What type of opportunity is that? What do you hope to get out of a game like that to start your year?
Yeah, you say top 5, I say top 3. It's a very talented UCLA team, you know, and we actually scrimmaged them last year when it didn't count. So I said, hey, why not let it count this year? But, you know, we're excited to play the best. You know, for us to take that next step, I think we need to get those experiences and play in those type of arenas. So we aren't new to it when we hope to get there, you know, at the end of March. So our non-conference, I don't know if I did us any favors, but our non-conference is really, really challenging. Probably one of the toughest ones since I've been the head coach here at San Diego State. We're going to play at K-State. We're going to play Penn State. Obviously, you mentioned UCLA. Santa Clara is going to be really, really good. So we're going to give us this very young team some tests early, but I really think it's going to pay off on the back end of the season when we get into conference play. I think we'll be prepared for the grind of the Mountain West for sure.
Well, what was that experience like for you as a head coach last year, making the tournament? What did you learn about yourself maybe, and what was the experience like for you overall?
I think over the last couple years, especially, you know, kind of, you know, coming to it last year, I think it's about the preparation. You know, it was interesting. I was talking to some of the people here, some of the other podcasters and reporters here, and they were telling me, you know, talking to you going into the tournament, that I seemed very confident. I was very confident in our young women and the preparation that our staff had and the preparation that the girls were ready. I mean, they were locked in and focused. So I think that really has been the separator for us, is the preparation. We do a great job scouting. We're prepared for our opponents, and we're very, you know, and almost to a fault sometimes, but we're very confident. Yeah. We're very confident that we could beat anybody. So we take that you know, that very healthy ego into every practice and every game that we have, and just making sure that we're putting our best foot forward and trying to get better every time. So I was very confident last year with our girls because of how we prepared, and I think that's what I'm taking moving forward.
You told, I want to say, a funny story this offseason about like when you played the triple overtime Mountain West Championship game and your players asked like, well, what do we do now? When it went from like the first overtime to the second overtime, like, are the rules going to change?
Right. One of my fifth-year seniors was like, hey, how much time for this last one going into the third one? And I was like, honey, it's 5 minutes. Yeah, we're going to play until we have one more point. And then she turned and said to me, you know, well, what after that? Is it sudden death? And I was like, no, it's not AAU. No, we got to keep playing.
That's hilarious.
So, you know, and I was just talking about the game the other day, and, you know, it brings back such great memories. I haven't even watched it start to finish because I don't want to ruin any of it, because in my memory, we played an outstanding, perfect game. But, you know, I never thought that we would lose. I mean, we just always jumped out, and it was just like, okay, we need just to make one more free throw or one more shot. But just really proud of the product that we put out into the universe. It was a nationally televised game. Wyoming is a fantastic team. I thought it was a great display of Mountain West basketball and how much the women's game is growing. So just proud to be a part of such a legendary game.
So Stacy Terry Hudson with us right now, San Diego State women's basketball coach. And again, their opener is less than 2 weeks away against UCLA. You also have, you talked about your talented sophomore class, but you also have the preseason freshman of the year, Kendall Mosley. That's how you pronounce the last name, right? Mosley?
Yeah.
What can you tell us about Kendall coming into your program?
Kendall's still learning, but she's so good. She's so good. She comes from a great program, a great family. She's an awesome kid and a very confident kid, and can shoot it lights out. So she's gonna come in and blend nicely with the other shooters and guard play, excellent guard play we have on our team. I love freshmen that ask the right questions, if you know what I mean. She has a high IQ. She's still learning and trying to figure it out, but she asks really good questions. So I know the future's bright for her, and I'm excited that she's in an Aztec uniform. You're going to enjoy watching her play.
What's your thoughts on the overall Mountain West Conference as a whole heading into this season?
You know, it's interesting, and it's kind of like TBD, to be determined, because we've lost a lot either to the transfer portal, and most of all, a lot of us have lost a lot to graduation. So it's going to be a new league. So it's going to be a dogfight, I think, night in and night out. And with the landscape of college basketball and us having a little bit of resources to, you know, kind of upgrade some of our players, I think it's going to be a great season of basketball for the Mountain West. But it's kind of like, you know, we do these preseason rankings, and I'm grateful that they gave us the respect that they did. But I'm kind of like, who knows, you know,
Right.
We don't really know who we're playing, and, you know, until we can watch some film. So I think it's going to be a very competitive year in the Mountain West. We have fantastic coaches in this league, so it's always a battle night in and night out. So I'm excited to kind of see how it all plays out.
Your home opener is November 8th against Cal State San Marcos. That night, you'll reveal a championship banner, Mountain West champions in 2025. That'll be before the game. How much are you looking forward to? That'll kind of be surreal, right? You're preparing for a game, but you're paying homage to what you accomplished a year ago.
Absolutely. We have some catching up to do. We all know what our men have been able to do over the last, you know, couple decades. So our side of the gym, we need to hang some more banners. So I'm grateful for us to be doing our part, and, you know, and show off our rings, and it's really about the girls and the fans. And we've just had some faithful fans that have stuck with us through the good and the bad. And I'm just really grateful that, you know, I was allowed the time to get this university and this program back to where it was. We've had some wonderful teams come through San Diego State and programs, and I'm just excited to be part of the success and see our banner go up next to theirs.
I'll join you for the Bahamas trip. All right.
Come on. I was just trying to invite everybody to come. We call the games. We could do all kinds of stuff to make it worth your while, but it should be fun. And, you know, when we went to Cancun last year and had 3 really good games and played some really good Power 4 teams. And I think that was a big piece of why we were able to do what we were doing and playing our best basketball at the end of March. So I'm hoping to recreate that magic and bottle it up.
Yeah, there's worse places to go.
Yeah,
Absolutely, right?
I'll be like the equipment guy for that game for you guys.
Exactly.
You know, it's funny because we were supposed to go to Chicago, which I'm sure would have been a fantastic trip in the dead of winter, you know, in
Right.
November, December.
Of course.
And that got canceled. So Bahamas was a backup. So I was like,
Aw,
that's one hell of a
man.
backup.
That's
Yeah,
a hell of a backup. It
Darn
really is.
it, Bahamas.
I know.
Coach, we appreciate you. Thanks for taking time for us. We're looking forward to the start of another Aztecs women's basketball season. Congrats on last year's success. We're looking forward to watching more of it this upcoming year.
Of course. Thanks for having me. I appreciate the coverage.
All right, great stuff from Stacy Terry Hudson. Again, long-time Aztecs women's basketball head coach that took the Aztecs to the tournament last year.
That's see on that schedule and you see the Bahamas, you're like, what?
Yeah, I mean, Bahamas, here's the thing. San Diego State men's basketball was in the rotation to go to Maui every 4 years, which was like the most prestigious event.
Yeah.
Until this Rev
NIL,
Share NIL era,
yeah.
because now San Diego State's getting paid to play in the Players Era Festival in Las Vegas.
Right now, that has become like the new tournament.
Exactly. Now
Not
you
the
kind
Maui
of wish it was
Invitational.
in Maui.
Right. Now,
Because Maui's great.
if they attach some NIL winnings to the Maui Invitational,
Yep.
I don't know. Because that used to have, and it's, man, I don't know if it still does. Does it still? I mean,
There's no money attached.
no,
to
no,
it.
I know there's no money attached to it, but I'm talking about like the teams in it.
No, the field has changed completely
Yeah.
because of Vegas.
Yeah. Because of Vegas. Also because of Dan Hurley and UConn. Was it last year?
Because he was so critical of having to go all the way out there.
He's like, I'll
and the
never do this
officiating.
ever
Yeah,
again.
100%. All right. On the other side, we're going to get back to the NBA, not necessarily the gambling pro, but what we saw last night with ESPN and the introduction of Inside the NBA and what we saw on court with Victor Wembanyama and more. And then you'll hear from Miles Byrd as well, San Diego State men's basketball preseason player of the year, Miles Byrd. We'll hear from him coming up at 3 p.m. We're here until 6. This is Jon and Jim, San Diego Sports 760, live on the iHeartRadio app. All right, Jon and Jim, San Diego Sports 760. You can listen for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to Howl O Scream. This is at SeaWorld San Diego. This year, new horrors awaken, 5 haunted houses, 8 terrifying scare zones, hidden speakeasies, the shrills of coasters after dark. Every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, now through November 2nd. Halloween fun for the whole family. For a limited time, kids go free with a paid adult ticket. Visit SeaWorldSanDiego.com for more information. My NBA binge has continued.
You
We're
are
3
Mr.
days in.
NBA now.
Here's what I've watched so far. We 3 days in or 2?
We're 2 days in. Today's
I
number 3.
watched every second of the NBA on NBC because I was home with my wife.
Yeah.
And by the way, the ratings for that are through the roof. Highest they've been in 15 years on opening night with the switch to NBC. And then yesterday, I watched both games of the doubleheader. I mean, we watched Knicks Cavs here.
Right, most of it here.
And then the nightcap was the greatest performance I've ever watched in any sport in my life. The highlight reel of Victor Wembanyama last night, just watch that.
It's ridiculous.
Don't tell me that like other players have ever done what he is doing. Now he's 7'5", but he's doing stuff that is ridiculous, right?
The sequence he had last night, and it's the highlight reel moment of the game.
But the
him.
block where like he didn't even move and like just blocked it right into the court and then went the other way and like crossed over like everyone.
Step back 3.
Yeah.
And he got fouled and won. 4-point play.
Yeah, that's right. That all happened in like 10 seconds.
You're telling me that that Victor Wembanyama is like, I mean, this guy's incredible, dude.
It's unbelievable.
He's incredible. And they were even joking last night on Inside the NBA, like, Shaq, you're not guarding that, dude. Like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we were texting during the game. I'm like, I'm sorry that like you can't go back one generation of center or big man and compare them to Victor Wembanyama.
Victor Wembanyama is the type of player that you stick into any era of basketball and he's
like the best.
He'll look like that. There's not one era that he goes to and it's like, you have a tough time.
I mean, he made Anthony Davis look like a 5'11" bad defender when Anthony Davis is an elite defender.
He made Cooper Flagg look like a 6'2" guard.
He made Cooper Flagg look tiny.
Cooper Flagg looked tiny just in
general. Yeah, on the floor.
But I just watching that performance last night, you just have to laugh because of how
who's more talented?
Insane the things he was doing.
Is there anyone, honestly, is there a more talented player than Victor Wembanyama? I'm not saying he is the best as we sit here today, but he's got to be very close to the best.
If Giannis could shoot, but he can't.
Right.
And he doesn't have the handles as Victor.
He's like a point center.
He was running point guard for them last night at times. He's taking step back threes. Fadeaways on the baseline.
Driving. He goes like 96 feet with the dribble.
How do you guard him? You can't. You have to double every time.
Even the doubles don't work.
Because he just passes the ball away. He'll cut to the basket. Just throw it up as high as possible, and he's going to catch it and dunk it.
What is their record going to be this year? Having a player like that, I'm sorry, you can't go like 44 and 38.
Well, if he has to stay healthy. Because
true.
The blood clot thing last year, that was a big thing.
Yeah, 46 games.
And did you realize that this offseason, one, he worked with Hakeem in the offseason, and 2, he went to he didn't grow.
I thought he grew an inch.
Did he?
I thought people said seriously he grew from 7'4" to 7'5".
He went to go hang out with monks.
Yeah, Shaolin monks and learn kung fu.
Yeah, learn kung fu and stuff for part of the offseason.
That's what Kareem did.
So he is going to be, if he's not already, the best player in the NBA. That is his league. It's Wemby's league going forward. You can talk about Shea all you want. You can talk about Jokic is fine. You can talk about whoever else. Wemby is the guy.
Yeah, here's the thing. There's some unbelievable guards, right? Just name them. I mean, it's so easy to do in the NBA,
Shea,
right?
Steph,
amazing.
Luka.
Just these incredibly talented players. But the thing is, they have similarities among each other, right? So some do some things better than the other, but there are similar traits among those players.
Right.
There's no similar player in the history of the league to Victor Wembanyama. Think about that.
He is the ultimate unicorn player.
Yeah, Sean Bradley was 7'6". Yeah. Sean Bradley doesn't play like Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah, the thing with Steph, he changed the game.
Now he shot it like a unicorn, but then other people
everybody could do it.
They can now shoot. Yeah,
because the thing about Steph's game is everybody could do it,
but not everyone will.
Not everyone can do it as good as Steph.
But no one is going to be able to replicate Wemby because who has the
Height.
size to be able to replicate
No one has
it.
the size. That's the thing. You can't just pop out 7'5" people. All
I
the
remember,
time.
dude, when Kevin Durant came into the league, seriously, and you go back like 20 years now, right, to Seattle and then OKC, he was almost a unicorn. Like, wait, this 6'10", 6'11", like Dirk type player. So that, these 7-footers that can shoot and handle like that was unbelievable. Now you look at Durant against Wemby, and Durant joked about it on the Netflix show, like starting 5. He's like, I come up to like his shoulder.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't know what to do with him.
You can't do anything. You have to pray.
And that's Kevin Durant, who's like 6'11".
So I watching the game last night, and we were texting back and forth. The Spurs have to be a good team this year.
Good. They're like the best team I've ever seen.
And they're without De'Aaron Fox last night too.
Good.
And they traded for him. He's one of the big pieces for the team. Wemby's incredible.
They were terrific. Here's the other thing. The big takeaway yesterday was is ESPN going to allow inside the NBA to look like inside the NBA? Or are they going to like ESPNify it, right? Are they going to change it up? Is Stephen A going to be in there? Are there going to be more ads? Are they going to change the look and feel? They didn't. It was an identical, for one night, it was an identical show with an ESPN logo as opposed to a TNT logo.
It was a copy and paste.
Copy and paste.
Same music, same studio, same vibe.
Same tweets that they pop up coming out of commercials.
Segments, the tweets,
the jokes,
everything.
Yep.
And I know everyone, including myself, hand raised, I was worried.
Yeah.
Now I still am worried because it's only been one night.
Yeah, with time.
Give it time. Just like the NFL Red Zone, and they're like, "Oh, we're only going to put 60 seconds of commercials in,
and then it'll be 16 minutes in 4 years."
Well, actually, they have added more commercials as the weeks have gone on this year, but they just have tried to keep it as quiet as possible. Right. So, to my point, they're going to add more commercials to the NFL Red Zone as time goes on, which is kind of why I'm like, I need to see it for a full year to make sure they don't F this thing up.
I think that's fair.
If we start seeing Stephen A on there or any other ESPN personality that's not affiliated with specifically inside the NBA on it, then we'll start to know, okay, it was a one-time thing and now they're going to ESPNify it and just ruin it.
What would you say if you saw, for example, Scott Van Pelt is widely popular even among ESPN hosts, right? Like he's like the one guy that transcends ESPN and people like him even if they don't like ESPN. What if you saw Scott Van Pelt on Inside the NBA previewing SVP on ESPN to follow?
No.
Because don't you see something like that coming?
I do. Now, they did, at the end of the broadcast last night, mention SportsCenter is next.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't think it was SVP.
Was it not last night?
I didn't watch it past.
Neither did I.
But
I'm not sure who
they did mention SportsCenter's next.
Well, that's kind of their job. It's on ESPN.
But I just thought the overall, it was basically the TNT broadcast, everything, the games, just like the different announcers though. But it was just on ESPN.
Right.
And so if you just gave me the NBC stuff and that last night from ESPN for their big games, we're good.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not the case.
Right.
Because you're going to have Inside the NBA tonight, right? You're going to have Thunder Pacers, Nuggets Warriors, great slate.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to have the same thing we saw last night, tonight, coming off the heels of one of the biggest betting scandals in NBA history.
Yeah, I think they'll have some opinions on that.
Oh my, you could not have written a better script for Inside the NBA to be on tonight. It's just like, oh, thank you.
The ratings are going to be incredible.
But after tonight, we don't see him for another month plus.
Yeah, because Jim gave you the schedule of the Inside the NBA crew, and they're only doing a very limited number of shows in the regular season.
After Christmas is when they kick it into gear.
Yeah.
I think in February they're on 7 or 8 times.
But in November, they're not on.
In December, they don't get on until I think Christmas.
So they're going back-to-back nights and they're like, we need 2 months, man. We need a break.
It's really hard.
We need a vacay.
But I thought it was great. I thought it just felt like this is right. Everything is right in the world. Even though it's on ESPN, which I'm cool with.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I actually kind of prefer it on ESPN. But at the same time, don't mess with it. And they did a segment last night at the end of the show, which was fantastic. They did name that broadcaster.
Yeah.
And Charles Barkley had to figure out where that broadcaster was broadcasting on.
Right.
It was perfect.
It was really good.
It was so good.
It was really good.
Just keep it as it is, and there won't be any complaints, and you'll get the high ratings that I'm sure you got last night from the night one on ESPN.
Chris Hajj taking Vegas will join us coming up at 4:30. He's got free picks for our listeners. Of course, Thursday Night Football is later tonight as well, so we'll get into that with Chris Hajj at 4:30. We've got tickets to give away to Howl O Scream at SeaWorld San Diego. We'll do that in the 4 o'clock hour. On the other side, we'll hear from Miles Byrd, San Diego State's Miles Byrd, the preseason Mountain West Player of the Year, on his decision to stay at SDSU. In his own words, coming up next to kick off hour 2 of Jon and Jim. Stay with us.
All right, this update is brought to you by Major League Baseball. The big news in the NBA today: Blazers coach Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, and Damon Jones were arrested in a gambling scandal. Both have been placed on leave from their teams by the NBA. Thursday night football tonight, Chargers and Vikings in LA. Place is going to be overrun by Vikings fans. And tonight at 6 p.m., we have the Sean Lewis Coaches Show with Rich, John, and Coach Lewis, 6 to 7 p.m. right here on San Diego Sports 760, getting you ready for Saturday's matchup against Fresno State. It's the World Series. These moments never die. October, it's different. Watch baseball at its finest. The World Series presented by Capital One, Major League Baseball, trademarks used with permission.
Getting you all set for that drive home. Let's just start the show. Here's Jon and Jim.
All right, San Diego and Southern California, what's going on? This is hour 2 of Jon and Jim. We are here until 6 p.m. Chris Hajj, I would call Chris Hajj a friend of the show. Like, Chris Hajj is probably he's one of the friendliest friends of the show. Anyway, he's got free picks for our listeners. We've got Thursday night football tonight. Jim's Chargers in action.
Oh, okay.
Chris Hajj will join us coming up at 4:30. Chargers Vikings. A bit of a throw out the records when you think about their history.
Yeah, there's a lot of big-time Chargers-Vikings matchups in the history of the NFL. There isn't.
What's the big storyline tonight in Chargers-Vikings Thursday night? Kevin O'Connell brings his Vikings into Southern California, take on Jim Harbaugh's Chargers. You're looking at it? That's it?
I got nothing.
Chargers are a 3.5-point favorite, by the way.
They have the Supercharger jerseys tonight, which
There's
are
your
rip
storyline.
off from San Diego, and they're trying to use San Diego's history to bleed it into LA, but you can't because they don't have any history in LA other than people don't care about them.
So that's the storyline?
Yes, that's my storyline.
Okay.
Yeah. I showed you this during the break.
Yeah.
This is amazing how we all going back to the NBC broadcast, right? And Michael Jordan. That was one of the biggest talking points out of the opening night of the NBA, other than the games, was Michael Jordan at the half with Mike Tirico, right? And one of the stories that Jordan told was how he picked up a basketball at the Ryder Cup owner's house when he was renting it from him. And that was the last time he shot a basketball, shot a free throw. It was a swish. And he said that was like one of the most pressure-packed moments like I could remember. And everyone's like, Jordan, bro, you're lying. Because he's like, I swished it. And I was like, you're lying, Michael. Well, today on social media, there's actual video evidence of this actual thing happening. Michael Jordan stepping in the free throw line at the Ryder Cup owner's house and swishing the free throw. And after he did it, he goes, I was so under pressure there. And everyone's like, oh my God, Michael Jordan was telling the exact truth. It's like, yeah.
It's
amazing.
What is crazy to me is someone of Michael Jordan's status, this revered figure in the history of American sports, who is iconic for his playing days, can literally go years without picking up a basketball.
And then just go to the free throw line and nothing but net.
Yeah. In front of
perfect form.
Yeah.
Nothing but net. I thought that was one of the coolest things to not only hear, but then to actually see it and know oh, dude's telling the 100% truth. That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool.
All right. So today's Mountain West Media Day in Las Vegas, and our very own Ben Fletcher was on site for today's event. Miles Byrd is there. So Brian Dutcher, Miles Byrd, Reese Dixon Waters, right? The Aztecs. We'll see if they're the preseason favorite in the Mountain West. By the way, Jim said he would run a triathlon or complete a triathlon if San Diego State wasn't the preseason favorite in the Mountain West. Not only are they the preseason favorite, they're the unanimous pick to finish first in the Mountain West. Unanimous. So you don't have to do a triathlon.
What do you always say, John, after an Aztec win? Oh, that's right. Never in doubt.
There was never in doubt.
Never in doubt.
So San Diego State, preseason number 1, Miles Byrd, preseason Mountain West Player of the Year. This was Miles Byrd with Ben Fletcher earlier on his decision to stay.
Yeah, I mean, if I was going to stay in college, which I ultimately ended up doing, I wasn't going to go anywhere else besides San Diego State. I'm 1 year from graduating here. I've had some of my greatest basketball memories being at San Diego State, and I think the trust the coaches and staff has in me, and the love that's so mutual between me and the coaching staff and the guys here, and just the staff, not even on the court staff. I was comfortable here, and I realized I mean, I'm so close to where I want to go. Leaving would only probably hurt that.
All right, so that was Miles Byrd earlier today, preseason Mountain West Player of the Year. I think the question for Miles Byrd specifically, talk about San Diego State basketball as a team. Question for Miles Byrd is, does he take that leap that takes him from, I think when he was in the combine, he was being discussed as maybe a late first, early second round pick. Does he make that leap that gets him towards like a lottery pick? Nick Clifford with Colorado State came back last year.
Yeah.
He ended up going, I forget, 20th overall, somewhere in that neighborhood. I think it's with Sacramento right now. Can Miles Byrd take that leap with his game to take him from like a 30 to 40 overall pick to like a 15 to 25 overall pick?
It would be great for the Aztecs
if he's able to do that. Yeah.
Because if he's able to do that with how deep they are.
Yeah, it'd be a good sign.
Yeah. Also picked to win the Mountain West Conference Player of the Year,
Yeah.
as you mentioned. Looking back at the end of his year last year, you're kind of like, I'm going to need to see some more from Miles Byrd here. And he would tell you the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because he started out strong, played some really good basketball at moments last year. And at the end of the season, it was a bit of a struggle. So I think he's going to he has no choice but to take that next step, because he can't just go off of what he did last year. Because if he went off what he did last year and he puts together kind of a similar season, I don't think that's enough for him to potentially be a lottery pick. I just, being honest with you, I think he needs to take that next step. I think he kind of needs to wash away the end of his season with a good year this year. Because if he can take that next step and improve and have I'm not going to say significantly better season than he did last year, but a better season than he did last year, that's going to go, I think, a good amount of ways to, help him with his NBA, prospects.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. I think in the second half last year, he didn't shoot it near as well as he did in the first half. There was a home game against Colorado State where he played brilliantly, like he outplayed Clifford. It was this marquee game. Yeah. And that might have been like the high point of his season. I think he was probably dealing with some maybe injuries in the second half of the year as well, but he didn't shoot it near as well in the second half of the year. So we'll see if he can get back to where he was in the first half last year. Here's the other story coming out of Media Day that we haven't touched on. Brian Dutcher told John Rothstein that McGuath will be cleared for basketball activities November 6th, which is actually in the season. The opener's November 4th. So McGuath has not yet been cleared for basketball activities. He's participating in like 5-on-0 drills, but he's not participating in 5. We kind of knew
this though, right?
Yeah, we knew it. It's not a surprise, but what it leads me to believe is that if you're cleared November 6th for basketball activities, then all of your focus, if you're Brian Dutcher and the staff and this team, is probably making sure he's available to some extent when you get to Las Vegas for the Players Era Festival, which is Thanksgiving week. So from November 6th to Thanksgiving week, you probably have 15 to 20 days. So in those 15 or 20 days, can you get McGuath, playing game ready or game ready?
And even if he's not ready, right? There's just a scenario where he's not ready. It's not the end of the world, because the most important thing is to get him healthy so he's at his healthiest and playing his best basketball, towards the end of the season. Because I think this team, depth-wise, they can withstand a loss of McGuath, but to get to where they want to get to, they can't do it without McGuath. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Like to reach their ceiling?
Right.
Yeah.
So it's like you have the saying all the time, lose a battle to win a war.
Yeah.
There might be a scenario here where you have to give McGuath a little more time, so you make sure that he's ready to go for the stretch run in, obviously Mountain West Conference play, and be healthy and ready to go for the end of the season, because he was not healthy at the end of the last year. He was not. You saw him.
He missed 6 or 7 games. Then he came back for North Carolina in the tournament and played well enough, but he hadn't played like a month, and he was coming off that knee.
Yeah, and that was one of the biggest bummers about the end of last year is the what if, because the what if was, hey, if McGuath's healthy, maybe they're, better, positioned, and they're not playing in the first 4 against North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
And that wasn't the case. So I'm okay if it takes a little longer than expected to get McGuath back. Just when they get him back, though, hit the ground running, and hopefully he's healthy for the entirety of the season.
Here's what's interesting, like talking about him becoming eligible or starting basketball activities November 6th. They only play 3 games before the Players Era Festival. So they play November 4th, November 9th, November 18th, and they're all at home, all, winnable games, obviously for San Diego State. So they're where you're really going to want to see San Diego State. I think they're going to be judged on what they do in Las Vegas early in the year. Like, can they hang with Michigan, a preseason top 10 team? Can they hang with Oregon, a preseason top 30 caliber team, so on and so forth. So like, that's where they'll really be judged. And I'm with you. I mean, you'd prefer to have McGuath for those games, but it's not the end all be all. What's the end all be all is conference play and Mount West tournament and hopefully the NCAA tournament. But it's a long year. And McGuath is a big part of that team. Miles Byrd is, Reese Dixon Waters. But yeah, to reach your ceiling, there's no ceiling without McGuath playing to his ability.
And back to Miles for a second. Defensively, his size, his length, it absolutely plays. But what we've seen in the NBA now is you need to have an NBA offensive style of game. Because if you don't, it doesn't matter how good defensively you are, you're not going to play. You have to be able to score the basketball. You have to be able to have an offensive game. Because if you don't, it's going to be tough. It's to get consistent playing time and to get drafted, it's going to be tough. So like, I think defensively, he doesn't have to really worry about much. And so this year, and I'm assuming that he's already doing this and already this is his thought process, is his offensive game has to be the emphasis of, improvement for him this year.
Yeah, I think a lot of people said last year when he entered the combine, like he is a prototypical 3-and-D guy. But yeah, does he need to improve his 3-point shooting? Yeah, I mean, he shot 30% last year in college.
Right.
But again, got off to a much better start than that. Didn't finish as well down the stretch last year. All right, on the other side, SDFC knows its opening opponent in the postseason. We'll discuss the ramifications of that coming up Sunday. You can hear it on San Diego Sports 760 at 4:30. Chris Hajj from Taking Vegas. He's got some free picks for our listeners in NFL and college to share with us coming up at 4:30. Plus, we have tickets to give away for Howl O Scream at SeaWorld San Diego. This is Jon and Jim. All right, make sure to catch the Sean Lewis show. It's tonight at 6. Rich and I will sit down with the Aztecs head coach. We'll preview Saturday's game against that team up north. If you caught that with Sean Lewis, he will not say Fresno State.
Oh, really?
The Sean Lewis show tonight at 6 on your home for the Aztecs, San Diego Sports 760. In fact,
The Dodgers?
nor will his players or coaches. I think it's one of those, what's it called? Like where if you say it, you like, there's some type of fine, not like financial fine, but like some type of penalty.
You know what? I love that.
Yeah, because it's like it's a rivalry.
Like, treat it like a rivalry. Make it into a rivalry.
Like the Vetter Cup.
No.
Don't force it.
Don't force it, but there is something to play for here. I mean, the oil can is
the old oil can
attached to this game.
Mm-hmm.
I would love if this game was alternating every year.
Well, it is.
Well,
they didn't play last year, but
yes,
they played every year.
But they didn't play last year, so I mean,
Yeah.
like it needs to be every season.
It will be. In the Pac-12, there's only 8 schools.
I know, but I'm saying like going forward, and I know it is, but I'm just saying it hasn't always been that way.
No,
So,
they've played a lot over
have.
the years, but they have not played literally every year.
Yeah, so going forward, I love it. I love the fact that they're treating this as a rivalry game, because in college football and college athletics, like rivalry games are awesome.
So it makes it special because, you know, the NFL is great. Obviously, look at the viewership. And the NFL has big time rivalries as well. But college has something that is unique into itself. Like Michigan, Ohio State, that same level of animosity and hatred doesn't really exist in the NFL.
Auburn, Alabama.
Yeah, there's good series. I mean, I'm sure the Bears and the Packers don't like each other. But like Michigan, Ohio State, to me, takes on more of like this bitter hatred than like Eagles, Cowboys.
Duke, North Carolina, and basketball.
It's different.
It's just in general.
It's just different.
It's different. And where I was going with the San Diego State versus Fresno State thing is also have it be at the end of the year.
I asked Sean that today.
Have it be the final game of the season every year. Alternate it. One year you're at San Diego State, the other year you're at Fresno State. Like, have it be the final game of the season, because that's how it is with Michigan, Ohio State. That's it. What it is for Auburn and Alabama.
Yeah,
it's the final game of their regular season in conference play until you get to the conference championships.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I would like to see that.
I would love to see that.
Well, maybe we'll see it.
Maybe we will
next year in the Pac-12. I would say this. I think a lot of people believe if San Diego State wins at Fresno State, it's an if. Then they have an inside track to the Mountain West Championship game. They'd be 3-0 in the league with 5 games remaining. They would play Boise here. I still got to go to Hawaii, which isn't easy. They still got to go to Albuquerque to play New Mexico. They've been improved this year. They beat UCLA. But would you agree? Would you consider San Diego State to be like a favorite to reach the title game if they win on Saturday?
I would say yes. I wouldn't consider them a favorite. I would start taking them very seriously as, for their chances to win Mountain West Conference.
Not even win. I'm saying, would they be
to
get there?
Yeah, that's exactly what
because with 2 schools getting there, I mean, it still wouldn't be easy at 3-0. UNLV is good. Boise's good. Yeah. Hawaii is good. New Mexico's good.
I just want these games going forward to like really mean something. So if you get past Fresno State here, and it's not going to be easy.
No, it won't.
And I know that you have a couple games remaining before you get to Boise, right? How many games before you get to Boise? Like 2, 3?
You have
Wyoming.
3. You have this.
Hawaii.
You have home to Wyoming. You have at Hawaii.
Yeah. So you have 3. And then you get to Boise. And that's going to be the big one at home.
Mm-hmm.
I want that game to be massive. I want that game to mean a lot. And that's, you have to get through Fresno in order to do that. And also Hawaii and Wyoming as well. But
I want game day.
Hey, man. I know that's a stretch, I think, but
it's a stretch when you're not affiliated with ESPN. As in when you're a league that doesn't have an ESPN deal.
Right. It would need to be both teams be undefeated.
Like 9-0.
Yeah.
Which isn't going to happen.
No. And you need to look at the schedule and make sure there's no other big time matchups.
Exactly. Like if Ohio State's playing Michigan, which they're not that weekend, but something like that. Yeah. But yeah, that'll be Saturday at 12:30. Our pregame coverage is going to begin at 10:30. It's a blackout in Fresno.
Why did they do that?
Up north. What the 12:30 start or the blackout?
Both.
Well, the 12:30 start is all about television, right?
But
So
then having
TV
a
selected it.
blackout in the afternoon, it's gonna be hot.
Well, I think
right?
the blackout was scheduled like
No matter
heading into the year. Like San Diego State game is a blackout. They've got special uniforms and a special throwback helmet.
Okay.
I'm with you that a blackout for a day game it's
doesn't
not
hit the
as
same.
intimidating.
No. It's hot.
It's like Penn State over the years has had whiteouts not at night. Over the years, they probably had like a big noon whiteout. You're like,
This is weird.
it's not as cool as the impact of seeing it at night, but it'll be a blackout. It'll be. I've heard some interesting stories about Fresno.
Yeah.
In terms of like the intimidation factor,
Right.
In terms of like the atmosphere, the crowd. I like the 12:30 start.
Well, yeah, because you
You
know,
should get out early.
you get out early. From a broadcaster standpoint, it's great.
It's like honestly, dude, one of the hardest parts. I wonder how the players truly feel about it. Sitting around and waiting all day is a long time.
It is.
Like you're in a hotel, you get up, you have breakfast, you go back, you stretch, you have another. Like it's so much time for a 7:30 start. Like let's just get up and get on with it.
Yeah. At least they're not going to like the East Coast and it's 12:30 start.
Yes, that's hard.
That's very hard.
Because if you start at 12:30 on the East Coast, it's really like 9:30 body clock.
Right. So you're just going up to Fresno and you
Yeah,
don't have to worry about time change or anything.
easy trip. Are you going?
Let me answer that for you.
No.
Negative.
Have you ever been in Fresno?
Passed through Fresno.
Like you've driven through it, but
Yes.
you've never like stopped for
No.
Dinner.
I might have stopped for dinner.
right. But
I
you
might
haven't
have-
experienced.
I might have gone to like In and Out in Fresno or something.
right.
But I've never experienced the town. No.
You haven't spent a week there and seen all the sights and sounds.
Why? There's no sights and sounds.
Right. Exactly.
It's a small town, right?
It is. Yeah.
Why would I go to Fresno other than maybe
Right.
for an Aztec game?
Exactly. That's exactly right.
But no, I have not been there.
All right. On the other side, SDFC knows its first round opponent. We will preview on the other side the Rapid 4 p.m. Plus, we're giving away a 4-pack of tickets to Howl O Scream at SeaWorld San Diego. This is Jon and Jim, San Diego Sports 760, and live on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, this update is brought to you by Major League Baseball. We'll start with Thursday Night Football tonight with the Chargers and the Vikings up in LA. Moving over to the NBA, massive scandal today. Earlier this morning, Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, Damon Jones, among several that were arrested as part of involvement in a sports betting and illegal gambling scandal. And tonight at 6 p.m., we have the Sean Lewis Coaches Show, 6 to 7 p.m. Coach Lewis, John, and Rich talk about their upcoming game this Saturday against Fresno State. It's the World Series. These moments never die. October, it's different. Watch baseball at its finest. The World Series, presented by Capital One, Major League Baseball. Trademarks used with permission.
All right, Jon and Jim, Chris Hajj taking Vegas. He's got free picks for you coming up at 4:30. The Rapid Four will give away these Hallow Scream tickets in the 4 o'clock hour as well. Jim did reference the fact to me off air that we haven't really mentioned the World Series. You know the World Series?
Yeah, right.
Final
it's
series
the World Series final.
year.
World Series
World
final.
Series final.
World Series final.
That Blake Snell is pitching in. Congratulations in order to Blake and his family on that.
Yeah, congratulations. To you.
So we have in the World Series final this year the Dodgers and the Blue Jays, and Blake Snell pitching in Game 1. They just put up the odds, which again is just ingrained in sports, even with today's betting scandal in the NBA. The odds of the Dodgers winning the World Series, they're minus 220. They have a better than 2-1 chance of winning the World Series here in 2025, even without home field advantage. Do you think that matters at all? The fact that the series starts in Toronto and that the Blue Jays have home field?
I think it matters for the Blue Jays. If the Blue Jays didn't have home field,
They'd have even less of a shot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The home field, I think, could play a role. It could. We'll see. But I mean, if the Dodgers win Game 1 and if they win like 5-1, is anybody going to have any hope that this could be a series? Because I won't.
No, and we talked about this yesterday. It's like, for me, it's all based on Game 1. Even if the Blue Jays won Game 2, I have no faith that if after Game 1 they lose, that they're going to win the series. I think if they won Game 1 and lost Game 2, I could at least hold out hope. But something about Game 1. I mean, the Dodgers have been so good this postseason. They're such a well-oiled machine that if they steal home field in Game 1, you're like, this isn't even going to be a series.
So I was driving into work today, and I heard Dave Roberts on with Colin. And I don't like Dave at all. But it was an interesting conversation. And he mentioned one thing in the interview that I was like, that's interesting. And I tied directly back to the Padres.
Okay.
Because Colin asked him, how do you manage postseason games differently from regular season games? And, what goes into that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Dave mentioned the word urgency as a big part of their postseason run so far.
That actual word?
That actual word.
Wow.
Saying, look, I relate to the guys. We're in a street fight. And we need to have urgency to go out there and like every pitch, every at bat, every single play defensively, we need to express urgency. We can't give up at bats. We can't give up pitches. We can't give up outs. Like we have to go out there and have the most urgency as we possibly can because these games are so important. Obviously, it's the postseason. Now it's the World Series, but especially like Game 1s. They're uber important to win because if you obviously lose Game 1, you're down in a hole. And it just took me right back to the end of the Padres season and hearing Manny say that urgency, what's urgency? And I'm like, you're so, it just pissed me off because you have the Dodgers who we all hate expressing how they need to have urgency and they're in the World Series. And they're about to win their second World Series potentially in the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got Manny Machado over here, like urgency. We don't need urgency. Like that's the separator between Manny and the Dodgers. And I think a big reason why the Dodgers looked at Manny and was like, you know what? We're good. We'll choose Justin Turner over you and Corey Seager. And that's probably another big reason why Manny Machado is a failure when it comes to postseason. And the Dodgers, they're continuing to succeed.
I think it goes beyond that. I don't think it's as simple as having urgency. And even if Manny was wired that way,
I think it plays a factor.
Yeah, I just think Manny, I think he has to say those things because in those big moments, he has come up so short that it's almost like he needs to convince himself the moment isn't big. Because in big moments, he's been so small that he has to convince himself the moment isn't big. So I think he's playing mind games with himself that have not worked, clearly. And it's not just a San Diego issue. It didn't work in LA with Manny. Didn't work in Baltimore in the postseason with Manny. I agree with your overall point, which is whatever the Dodgers have done in the postseason by and large, for honestly beyond this past year, look at 2020 on and the level at which they've won at. Whatever the Dodgers have done recently and in recent history has clearly worked. And whatever the Padres have done clearly has not. So if it's as simple as urgency, great. Here's the issue, though. Heading into 2026, what's going to change with Manny even?
Yeah.
What's going to change?
And even if Manny at the end of the season, when AJ asked him that question and he goes, you know what? You're right, AJ. We do need to have urgency. We need to go out there. It's a short 3-game series. We need to win game 1 because the winner of game 1
wins,
is in the driver's seat and they win. So yeah, obviously we're going to have urgency. And what if the same exact thing happened? They go out and lose game 1, they win game 2, they lose game 3, and Manny has once again another awful postseason. Right? I do agree. Like, what's going to change? It's all about what happens on the field. You can say whatever you want, but it's about what happens on the field. I do think we would have looked at it maybe a little differently.
Maybe, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, maybe.
I wouldn't be as upset at Manny as I am
if he was saying the right thing.
If he was saying the right things, because I'm like, hey man, what are you going to do?
Sure.
You know, at least I know that in your head, the urgency part of it is like a real thing, instead of you poo-pooing it and completely trying to just like discredit the urgency factor in a 3-game series, rather than being like, you know what, actually, yeah, this whole thing it comes down potentially maybe to game 1. And I know that. And we know that. And yeah, the pressure is through the roof in the postseason, but we know we can't take off a pitch. We can't take off an at-bat. We can't take off outs. Like, we need to prioritize every little detail, because if we don't, we could lose the series.
The thing is, obviously, we know that's not who Manny is. He doesn't speak in those terms.
Yeah, and I think that's a reason why he is not successful in the postseason.
I think a lot of it stems back to he has been so poor in the postseason. He's hit 210 in his postseason career. I think a lot of it now is he needs to tell himself it's not a big moment, because he's a good regular season player and he's a bad postseason player. So things have changed for Manny for whatever reason in the postseason. I feel like if Manny said, we need to go out and treat this like game 7 of the World Series, I feel like he's almost psyching himself out. That's what it sounds like to me.
You don't have to treat it like it's game 7 of the World Series.
You kind of do, though.
Well, okay.
You know,
you're right. From an at-bat standpoint, I saw too many at-bats in the Cubs series that were just completely dog, you know what.
Right.
And so from that standpoint, yeah, treating it at bats like it's game 7 of the World Series in the postseason every time, you got to do it, man.
Right.
And the team didn't do it, especially Manny, especially Fernando. Oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, they just, again, those short series, everything is magnified. You lose game 1, they lose the series in 3. The biggest takeaway for me, we can go to the phones in a second, 877-767-4760. It's one thing to lose a series. It's another thing to lose in the fashion in which they lost again in game 3, where offensively you're anemic and your season is on the line. And offensively in 2024, you're anemic and your season is on the line. I just wish it played out. Not like it would be cool if they lost 10-9. That would be like, awesome. They lost 10-9. But for us to be sitting there in the 9th inning and they hadn't scored a run again was almost hard to believe.
I just think when you put the two together, Manny talking about how they don't need any urgency, and you couple that with their awful performance in the postseason.
Yeah.
It is a really bad look.
Bad recipe.
It is a bad recipe. Absolutely. And then on the flip side, hearing Dave Roberts express
that's a good point,
urgency as being a real thing that the Dodgers wanted to have this postseason. It just makes you look so bad, Manny. So bad.
877-767-4760. Let's go to the phones. And Dave on line 1. Dave, you're back with us here on Jon and Jim.
Well, thanks again, guys. And it was good hearing the ladies coach of SDSU, Stacy. There's just phenomenal. man, we got to get her a show. She's good.
I like
She's
that.
really
Get her, let's get Stacy a show.
Okay.
I love that idea.
Yeah, she's good. But anyway, thanks for bringing that. Okay, before I get to the gambling, Jimmy, you're right on target with Manny and Fernando. The two biggest problems on the Padres are not the manager. It's not the general manager. It's the two prima donnas that you got a genuflect for that we're paying, and I've said this so many times, close to $750 million for, that basically produce very little when it comes to the time when it counts. So until that problem is dealt with, John, and we talked about this the other day, I know you got all the no trade contracts, all this other stuff, but there needs to be a magnitude of focus on those two guys because their act is getting old, OLD. Now let's go over the gambling. Here's the thing. What's going to be very interesting. Couple things. Adam Silver, where's he in all of this? This is all going on underneath his nose over these years. Where's the NBA security team that you would think would have a handle on some of this stuff? Where are they? So all of this other time going out to investigation, when it comes to discovery and all the other things in behind the scenes, when they're talking to these accused players and accused managers, et cetera, there's going to be a whole hell of a lot of talking going on. So this is probably the tip of the iceberg, at least for the NBA, if not more sports. We've just opened the can of worms on the college thing with allowing them to gamble. Human beings cannot handle vice. I'm convinced of that. And this liberalization of all of this is going to end up really bad for sports in general.
Appreciate you, Dave. I mean, yeah, we've seen some gambling related scandals across a lot of sports here recently, and not just NBA. I don't have to go back that far to remember what played out during the Padres-Dodgers series overseas 2 years ago.
It is such a huge part of sports nowadays. I mean, we got Chris Hajj coming up at 4:30.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like it's such a big part of sports that you can't shy away from it. I mean, Scott Van Pelt on his show has bad beats. I mean,
yeah,
they have the bottom ticker on ESPN during this scandal talking about ESPN bets, their gambling app, DraftKings and Underdog.
I mean, it's all legal.
I mean, I know it's all legal, but I'm just saying it feels like, I don't want to say like a gateway, but it's the start of what people may think is like acceptable, because it's like, oh, the NBA has all these betting sponsorships.
Yeah, why can't I do it?
Why can't I do it?
It's one thing, again, what we're talking about today, it's not like Rozier was like, hey, let me play Underdog and let me do a prop bet.
I know.
It's another thing to play prop bets, and it's another thing to actually like manipulate the results of a prop bet.
But when every other commercial in your face is about a betting app or betting or parlays or prize picks or whatever, eventually you're going to be like, maybe I want to bet on something. And then you obviously
it starts somewhere and goes somewhere else.
And then now you're like, wow, I'm making all this money. I can go beyond and do other things that are still gambling, to the point where, like, could I impact the game myself out there and make a bunch of money? Like,
yes, you're right. And that's probably what happens. But again, when you take the step back, you got someone like Rozier today who's in the midst of a $96 million contract. You're getting caught up in point manipulation.
I know.
In prop bets.
Always, here's the thing. As Chris Carter said, Shohei Ohtani took this advice to heart. Always have a fall guy. Always have a fall guy, guys. You have to either have a fall guy or an interpreter. I mean, Ohtani did it to a T. And look at him. He's squeaky clean now. Air quotes. But always have a fall guy.
That's the moral of the story today in the NBA.
Not really, but I just wanted to say that.
All right, we'll touch on SDFC in the postseason. On the other side, the wrap at 4 p.m. We're giving away a 4-pack of tickets to Howl O Scream in the 4 o'clock hour. And yes, Chris Hajj does have free picks for our listeners coming up at 4:30 on Jon and Jim. All right, Chris Hajj will join us taking Vegas. Hear him each and every week on Jon and Jim, and he will join us coming up at 4:30. We'll give away tickets to Howl O Scream, and we'll do that in the 4 o'clock hour as well. The wrap is coming up at 4 p.m.
The first crossover of ESPN talent onto Inside the NBA just happened. We talked about it during the break.
Right.
But Shams appeared on Inside the NBA to talk about this betting scandal. Initially, you said you didn't like
love
it.
No, I just keep it contained, but I get it because he's a reporter and they're reporting on news.
Because they would have reporters on for a scandal on the TNT.
Who would come on? Who were their reporters?
Chris Haynes, I think it was.
Yeah, nobody was there for that, though.
Okay. What do you mean? No one
I mean, nobody's going to remember. Like, that wasn't.
No.
Nobody was into that.
But, I mean, you got Shams at your disposal.
Yeah, use them. But that's the issue, what you just said there.
No.
If you have Shams at your disposal, use them. They have Stephen A. Smith. They have Pat McAfee.
No. That's different.
It's Scott Van Pelt.
That's different. When you have a massive story like you have today in the NBA, and you have the reporter. I didn't like he wasn't the initial reporter on this, which is kind of weird how Shams didn't break the story. But when you have Shams, the reporter of all reporters
in the NBA,
you use him for that. You're not using him to be like a talking head. You're using him to give you facts about what happened today.
Okay, that's fair. And I'm with you.
And ask
him
questions.
I like Shams. But if that's your thought process, are we going to turn to an former NBA GM when we need to get inside the minds of a GM? Because we have no GMs on set. So when we get to the trade deadline, are we bringing in the Bob Myers equivalent? Because, well, we got him.
Well, they'll bring in Shams again.
They'll bring in Shams. But the question is, is this a gateway?
I don't think so.
So day 2, we go to Shams.
Well, yeah.
Is that the only, so you tell me that's the only talent from ESPN that's going to appear on the show this year?
I don't know.
No, the answer is no.
I'm just saying they weren't going to go to Shams today if there wasn't a story like this, were they?
Well, the thing is, they probably did have plans to use him because, like you just said, what are they going to do when we get to the trade deadline?
Yeah,
and there's reporting on the deadline.
Yeah, and they did the same thing on TNT, but just with their own reporters. So it's not different. They're just replacing the TNT reporters with Shams, who is a better reporter.
Right, and then all of a sudden what you do is you end up getting like, I don't even know, some rando columnist on Inside the NBA.
So far, I'm going to give ESPN, even though I shouldn't, benefit of the doubt here.
No, I like Shams.
For not effing this up yet.
What if you looked up at 3:35 Pacific and the person they were interviewing was Stephen A. Smith?
Oh,
what would you say?
It's
right.
Yeah,
you ruined it.
You ruined it. Everything's ruined because that is the gateway. Not Shams, but Stephen A. or McAfee or Kendrick freaking
Do you
Perkins.
think we will see any of those people on this show in any capacity this year? Yes or no?
Yeah,
I do too.
Yes,
I do too.
I don't
might
think,
be posed. It might be
I don't think we're going to see Kendrick Perkins because they don't like Kendrick Perkins. And no one likes Kendrick Perkins. I do think Stephen A. could appear. Now, if you remember, when they were on TNT, Stephen A. did go. He was on there. I forget when. Maybe it was like during an All-Star game or something. But they did have a crossover with talent. Remember Shaq like walked over to the on set and was like, "Hey, what's up, everybody?"
I do remember that. Yeah.
So you could see it. But on like regular nights that they're doing inside the NBA, I don't think they're going to have stuff planned to have Stephen A. on or whatnot. In the immediate, like right now.
Think about yesterday. The biggest reaction to having Inside the NBA on ESPN was they didn't touch it.
I know.
Like ESPN got so much credit for doing nothing.
Feels like I'm watching TNT right now.
Right? That's what they want you to think. So where ESPN got its credit was you didn't do anything. You didn't ruin it. That should be the thought process moving forward. Just don't touch it. Wipe your hands clean of it. Let them do their thing.
Just let it be.
Let it be.
Let it be.
What do you got, bro?
What I'm wondering is, since they know everyone's already dreading the moment when either the sleeveless one or Stephen A. shows up on that show, it's McAfee. Are they going to advertise it? And by that, I mean, when they go to break, are they going to go, "Hey, when we come back, we're going to have Stephen A. Smith," or are they just going to come back from break and Stephen A. is just going to be sitting there because they don't want people to know that he's going to be on, and they're just going to be like, "Oh, here's Stephen A." And
the one thing that I think is what they're doing, which is what they've already done the first couple days, is they have used the talent like Kenny, Charles, and they've gone on ESPN shows. Like,
oh yeah, a lot of them.
Like Kenny was, I think, on First Take. I think
Barkley was on everything.
Barkley was on a bunch of stuff. So that's cool.
That's kosher.
That's good. Because what you want to do is you want to use those platforms to promote this platform instead of vice versa. You don't want to have this platform promoting the First Takes of the world and this.
Right, or coming up on Saturday, Tennessee, Georgia. Let's preview the big game.
You want to have it vice versa because this is now kind of your bread and butter for the NBA coverage. I mean, whether they like it or not, whether Stephen A likes it or not, this is what people prefer. And this is what people want. And this is your A team. So you can't have your A team getting messed up with like Stephen A or Kendrick Perkins or whoever the hell else they have for NBA coverage on this inside the NBA.
Yeah, 100%. All right, we'll give away a 4-pack of tickets to Hallow Scream at SeaWorld San Diego coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. Chris Hajj will join us with some free picks for our listeners at 4:30. We'll get to the wrap on the other side. Hour 3, Jon and Jim, San Diego Sports 760, and live on the iHeartRadio app. That's next.
This update's brought to you by Major League Baseball. We'll start with the big news in the NBA this morning. Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, and Damon Jones, among several, were arrested as part of involvement in sports betting and an illegal gambling scandal. We'll move to the NFL tonight, Thursday night football. Chargers and Vikings in LA. It'll be a home game for the Vikings. And tonight at 6 p.m., we have the Sean Lewis Coaches Show from 6 to 7 with Coach Lewis, John, and Rich, getting you ready for Aztecs and Fresno State this Saturday afternoon. It's the World Series. These moments never die. October, it's different. Watch baseball at its finest. The World Series presented by Capital One, Major League Baseball, trademarks used with permission.
Getting you all set for that drive home. Let's just start the show. Here's Jon and Jim.
All right, San Diego and Southern California, what's going on? This is hour 3 of Jon and Jim. Our buddy Chris Hajj from Taking Vegas, who has been so good for our listeners over the years with his picks. He will join us at 4:30. Also this hour, your chance to win tickets to Howl O Scream, SeaWorld San Diego. We've got a 4-pack of tickets. We'll give those away later this hour. Now, last year you dressed up for Halloween on the show. Will you dress up this year for Halloween? It's a Friday.
Will you? Are you going to be here?
It would be weird if you were dressed up like a cat and I was just like in my normal like outfit.
Okay. Are you going to be here?
Yes. It's a Friday.
Because last year you weren't here. And I did the entire show without mentioning the Dodgers winning the World Series one time. It's been a year.
Traveling.
It's felt like a long time.
It's felt like a year.
It's felt longer than a year.
It's going to feel a lot longer than another year when the Dodgers win another World Series.
Right. I don't know.
Do you want to? Last year, you must have had a reason to dress up because I wasn't even here. You were very motivated to dress up. Like, why did you do it?
We have a Halloween dress up party here at the station. Did you know that?
That has nothing to do with the show. You could just change.
I just decided to wear it. I was in the spirit, John.
You were in the spirit.
I was in the spirit of Halloween.
I feel like there was one year you forced me to wear something like a banana.
Yeah, no,
Pokemon stuff.
Pokemon.
You were, I think, Pikachu.
What about?
Yeah, Jim was Ass Ketchup or whatever his name was.
I go as you and
Ash
you go as
Ketchum.
me. We did that one year.
We did that, yeah. You would just like to sneeze like for an entire show.
Oh my gosh. I don't think we need to get dressed up, do we?
I mean, the station, like the building wants everyone to dress up.
There's like an event,
Yeah.
a party
Yeah.
before the show.
Yeah.
Are we going to that?
I mean,
In theory.
In theory, yeah. Dress up as like a dog.
A dog? How do you even dress up as a dog?
I don't
Put a chain around your neck?
Get some floppy ears.
get some
Bark.
dog ears.
Rough.
Ruff, ruff. No, you
Eat dog
idiot.
food?
You could
What?
buy a dog costume.
I've never seen someone dressed up as a dog.
Are you serious?
A dog?
It's like the easiest.
I see oftentimes maybe women dress up as cats.
You're not a very like, hey guys, it's Halloween, let's dress up type of guy, right?
No, I'm not at all.
They totally give away pencils at the Schaefer house.
They do.
No,
And
we don't give
erasers.
anything away.
That's
We
probably-
turn all the lights off.
I know. You're like, dude, leave us alone.
We don't give anything away. Do you give things away? It's where you are. Nobody's.
We're in an alley, so
Yeah.
no one's coming to us besides homeless people. And we're not giving them
They
anything.
like candy.
We're not giving them anything because then they'll turn our house into like homeless central.
Well, we have a week to figure it out, basically.
Which is what's going to happen is
Is this
I'm
going to be
text
Friday
you,
morning?
and you're going to be like, I don't want to do that.
Well, have we considered going to like, what are those stores called? Like Halloween Express or whatever?
Spirit Halloween.
Yeah. Have we considered going to one of those and
I mean, I've considered it,
to see what they have?
but it would cost money.
Well, yes. The issue is with a lot of Halloween costumes, because we wear headphones, is what if you have to put something on like over your head?
The thing is, here's how you do Halloween.
Get dressed up.
No, you go on Amazon,
Mm-hmm.
look for a Halloween costume, wear it, then return it the next day.
No, that is no. That's such bad karma.
Why? Bad karma.
Awful.
Why?
Because the whole point of the Halloween costume is it's only going to be worn on Halloween, so anyone could return a Halloween costume.
Exactly.
But what about the fine makers of those Halloween costumes? The jobs are on the line.
So
It would be like, do you want someone to listen to the radio show and
what?
return it? Say, you can't return your Halloween costume.
Yes, you can. 100%. Right
Right.
now, all right, I'm looking at Halloween costumes on Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a couple ideas.
Okay.
We could be peanut butter and jelly. A peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Kind of weird.
A little weird. We could be. You don't even know what this would be. You remember, Brent? You know, Average Joe's from
Dodgeball.
Dodgeball, but you don't have no idea what that is.
No.
We'd be Dumb and Dumber.
Okay. I don't hate that.
We could be dinosaurs. We could be bananas.
No, we've done that like 100 years in a row.
No, we haven't.
I
We've
feel like
never
I've been a
invented banana.
17
It could be
times.
Savannah bananas.
It's true.
We could be a giant pickle.
Should we just dress up in bathing suits and be like we're Machado and Tatis in Cancun?
No, no one would know that though. Like no one understands that besides us.
Well, we would put a shirt that says I'm Machado and Tatis in Cancun.
That defeats the purpose of a Halloween
Right,
costume.
you're not supposed to say it, right.
You can't just put on your chest like I am this. That's just like a dumb costume.
I agree with that.
It could be astronauts.
I don't even believe in them.
You don't believe in astronauts?
Really?
You don't believe in anything.
Right.
You don't think they exist?
How about you want to be Billups and I'll be Rozier?
Again, another costume that no one would get.
In this building, nobody would have any clue.
No one. I wear like handcuffs.
Yeah.
They're like, who are
Who
you?
are you? But that's what I'm saying. I want to hit on something that's topical.
Okay.
I want it to be overly.
You want to be a hot dog?
topical.
Want to be a hot dog?
The hot dog's not topical.
You want to be?
You want to be Chauncey Billups and
That's what I say. That's what, I'll be like Otani. You can be the translator.
hippie or whatever.
Although it's like a year old.
This is another thing that I'm 100% confident in that if we do, I will have to arrange it because you won't do anything.
Yeah,
and you don't
totally.
get- yeah.
There's certain things I don't do.
Yeah. And I a lot of things, and I have to arrange this for sure.
What does that even mean, arrange?
Like pick out the costume.
You sound like Kristen.
Probably buy. Yeah. I understand
Yes.
you, Kristen. Pick out the costume, buy the costume, make you wear the costume, make you return the costume.
I don't want to return it. I'm good for it.
Well, I'd be buying it, so I'm returning it.
All right, forget about Halloween for a second. Brian, let's get to the wrap.
It's time for the wrap. Presented by Sombrero Mexican Food. Check out their website at sombreromex.com.
Who wins tonight's Halloween costume-less Vikings-Chargers game?
I'll go with the Chargers just because they don't have Carson Wentz as their quarterback.
Chargers are 3.5-point favorites tonight at home. I think the Chargers will win at home. I'm ready for a good game. Will you be watching tonight, Chargers Vikings? I'm going to be watching Thunder Pacers.
Let me answer that for you. Zero chance. I'm
watching.
going to be watching Warriors Nuggets.
That's right.
And I will also be having Pacers Thunder on. I will not be watching it. Sorry. Yeah. And I can't do double screen because it's on Prime.
That's right. That's right.
So I got to choose one, choosing the Warriors.
But I do think Chargers at home win a close game. Next question.
Will SDFC sweep Portland?
I'll go yes. I think, they're such a good road team that I think they'll win their road game against Portland. That's game 2. And I do think they're going to put together a good performance at home on Sunday night. They've had a lot of draws at home this year, and you don't have that in the postseason. So I'll take SDFC in a sweep to move on.
I didn't like what we were told this week from Tyler Heaps that after 90 minutes it goes to penalty kicks.
Yeah.
And he then went down the path of that allows other teams to just completely pack it in.
Right.
Because if you play for a draw, and again, you have to get that result. Easier said than done. But if you play for a draw, you're coin flipping your way to the next round.
BS way to try
that.
to get your way past.
Yeah, I don't like that at all.
That's such.
But it's like all of a sudden, if it's Snapdragon Stadium on Sunday night, it's tough to score. Oh, penalty kicks.
Like you guys are a bunch of chicken, whats.
It seems like that.
Yeah.
Like I don't like that you would go straight to penalty kicks. I feel like they should have extended time before going to penalty kicks. Next question.
Will the Aztec basketball team win the Mountain West this year?
So they're the preseason favorite.
If they don't win it, I'm going to say something went wrong. So I will
don't
say
think it's as simple as that, dude. You know how hard it is. A regular season title?
yeah, I know it's hard, but they've done it how many times?
A lot.
Yeah. So I will say yes, they will win it. But yeah, if they don't win it, something happened. Something went wrong there.
Yeah, they lost more games than someone else.
Well, they have a bunch of injuries.
That's true. I mean, I think ultimately they will.
Like, don't you think if they're healthy,
They should.
you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
if they're fully healthy the entirety of
You
the
know
season.
how hard it is on the road.
Okay.
And every team's wearing like different colored t-shirts against you.
I think, if Wemby was on Air Force, that'd be a problem.
We had this conversation last night. If Wemby was on Air Force, serious question.
Yeah.
What is Air Force's record?
They're winning the national championship.
Are they?
Yeah.
I concur with Jim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One player?
Yes.
Yes.
It's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Best player in the world.
They're winning the national championship.
Air Force as constructed right now with Wemby.
Yes.
Is winning the
I don't even care. Now, they can't win with me and you. But
Yeah, what if Wemby fouls out?
he's not going to foul.
What if he tweaks an ankle?
Okay, then that's a problem.
Because he missed 46 games last year with the blood clot.
But look, Wemby in college, we were talking about that. What would he do if he actually tried?
It'd be ridiculous.
Now,
It'd be ridiculous.
if he was on Air Force won the national championship. If he played against Air Force in a game, like if you just put Wemby on the Aztecs for a night, and you had
Aztecs
Wemby,
win that game.
yeah, you think?
Going away. By the way, Wemby is only a college junior or college senior in eligibility right now. He's 21. This is his third NBA season. He came over as a 19-year-old.
Yeah.
So he would be, again, he's professional, but he's only a fourth year. He'd be a college age player. That's the point.
Dude, I'm just like, you put this version of Wemby on any team in the country, Division I basketball team in the country, that team is winning the national championship. You can't say no to that.
I would love to watch it play out.
We'll never see it, but if that were to happen, like in some alternate universe, you put this version of Wemby that we saw last night.
How far does that go? Hear me out.
Yeah.
If I put Ohtani on a college baseball team, different sport, only batting every 9, can pitch too.
Baseball is
different. Would Ohtani on a college baseball team automatically lead them to a national title?
I mean, probably. You'd have 70 home runs.
It's
I don't think so.
1/9 of the order.
I mean, the team would be very good, but it's obviously it's much different because in basketball, one player
can impact both ends. Every play,
especially that player.
Yeah, he literally is impacted.
If he played out of a 40-minute game,
30 minutes.
30 minutes a night.
What would he average?
Well, shoot.
30, 20,
He
and
had
8
35 and 13 and 3 in 27 minutes last night.
against Anthony Davis in the NBA.
He would average well over 40. He'd probably average 40, 18, and 9 blocks. I'm dead serious.
It's ridiculous. I don't even know what the question was, but he's ridiculous. What was the question?
Well, San Diego State basketball.
What's that to
wins
do with
that West.
Wemby on Air Force? Next question.
Because I said if Air Force had Wemby,
Then you'd say they'd be the favorite.
then San Diego State would not win the Mountain West Conference.
You think Air Force goes undefeated though? With Wemby?
In conference, yes.
Yeah, I do. This Wemby though,
I mean, this Wemby is the best player in the world.
ridiculous.
Yeah, last night he was ridiculous. Next question.
When will the Padres hire a manager?
All right, so it's October 23rd. Give me a day, John. Darren does the manager in an envelope.
I like that.
I like that game. I want to do the just give me the day.
I want to do an envelope.
Darren, we need to do an envelope.
Yeah, we should do it. The day will be, so the World Series starts Friday, which means the first off day is Sunday. I think it'll be Halloween's a Friday. I say it's going to be the Tuesday after Halloween. The Tuesday, because that's after the World Series, and it's not a Monday. So I say the Tuesday after Halloween. What day is that? November 4th, I think, is the day they hire a manager.
November 4th.
Yep. That's before the GM meetings. It's a day or two after the World Series, or 3 days after the World Series has to be over. Okay. November 4th. When do you say? You think before that?
Well, there's 2 days here during the World Series, and that would be Sunday, October 26th.
No chance.
That's an off day. Or Thursday, October 30th, which would be before a potential Game 6 of the World Series.
And then although the World Series may be over.
It could be over.
It could be over.
So because of that,
you could take that. I like that Thursday.
I'm gonna go Thursday, October 30th, because I think the World Series is gonna be over.
I'm changing my pick. No, I'll stick with November 4th.
Thursday, October 30th.
Okay, I like that. Put it in an envelope. All right, we're gonna hear from Chuck. We're gonna hear from Shaq. Their reaction to this betting probe, this scandal involving head coaches and players and more in the NBA. We'll hear their reaction on the other side. Plus, Chris Hajj taking Vegas will join us coming up at 4:30. This is Jon and Jim, San Diego Sports 760, live on the iHeartRadio app. All right, Chris Hajj will join us coming up in about 10 minutes. Chris Hajj, free picks for our listeners in 10 minutes. San Diego Sports 760 congratulates our $5,000 winners and iHeartRadio's Thank You Teacher, powered by Donors Choose. There's still time for you to nominate a public school teacher making a difference, and maybe they'll be one of the next winners of $5,000 to make over their classroom. Help us say thank you to the educators shaping our future. Nominate your favorite teacher now at iHeartRadio.com/teachers. Do we have the reaction from Shaq and the reaction from Charles Barkley on this? What would you refer to it as? A scandal?
Betting scandal.
Is it a scandal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. We have the reaction from Shaq and Chuck at the betting scandal. Who do you want to start with? Shaq?
Shaq, because he went first.
This is Shaq's reaction on Inside the NBA.
I know everybody that's at play, and I don't like to sit up here and be hypocritical about certain things. I homeboy gamble, Ernie. Bet it. We've been on teams. We played cards. We played spades. We played tonk. But with that being said, every year they would give us forums on what and what not to do. One of those things where if somebody asks you if a certain player is playing, you say no. So all these guys knew what was at stake. And I'm just ashamed that they put themselves and put their family and put the NBA in this position. We all know the rules. We all know the letter of the law. And it's just unfortunate. Innocent to proven guilty. But usually when the FBI has something, they have you. FBI, I know a lot of people in the FBI, and I've been in many of those investigations. They'll wait 2, 3, 4, 5 years, but when they come knocking on your door, they have something. And we all know the letter of the law when it comes to gambling and sports gambling. And I don't want to sit up here like I'm some perfect guy. Like every now and then when I go to Vegas, I'll play some craps and I'll play some roulette, but never gambled at anybody's house. Don't know anything about poker, so I don't know what they're talking about when it comes to the Chauncey thing. But I know Chauncey. I know Damon very well. Played with Damon, so I don't want to sit up here. But I'm ashamed that those guys will put their families and their careers in jeopardy.
Yeah, look, the gambling stuff, as Shaq says, if you have a gambling fixation or you have that itch, you can gamble in other ways. You don't have to do what you did. Maybe they got caught up in something that they couldn't get out of. I have no idea. But if you really want to gamble that badly, you can find other things to gamble on other than, I don't know, the actual games that you are affecting.
Right. And again, there is a difference. We need to be clear. It's one thing if the accusation is Rozier, I'm making it up, bet on a Raptors OKC game.
You can't do that.
You can't do that. You can't do that. But to me, this is a multiple steps further when you're impacting a prop bet that's you.
Yeah.
When it's your prop bet and you fake it or whatever you're going to do if you're unwilling to come down with a rebound. Yeah. Or unwilling to make a shot. Now you're impacting the integrity of the sport.
And why is Chauncey Billups involved with the mafia?
That's the thing that people are forgetting. The Rozier accusations have nothing to do with the Chauncey Billups accusations. They're completely different. The Billups accusations are he was fixing or part of an illegal poker room ring. How? Why? I don't fully understand.
It sounds like he was playing poker in the ring and the mob had the games set up so it was impossible for them to lose. And they got him down, in money. And then they pretty much started blackmailing him.
And then Damon Jones, what Shaq says there is like, if someone asks you if someone's playing or not, you can't tell them, right? Mm-hmm. Damon Jones, knowing LeBron wasn't going to play in games, he would let people know, hey, LeBron's not playing tonight.
Right.
And it would directly affect the betting odds or the betting of that said game. So yeah, it's absolutely a scandal. But to say that, the betting doesn't happen in sports between players, well, that's naive.
I mean, exactly. What is going to stop this from happening? The fact that people are going to go to jail over it? I don't think that's going to stop people. Do people going to jail for things stop other people from doing those things?
Did Gilbert Arenas snitch? Did you see that story?
No.
So do you remember when Gilbert Arenas, he went to jail
for the gun in the airport?
The airport.
Mm-hmm.
And he got released, and he said something like as he was released, Gilbert Arenas says, Snitch and Gil coming soon after being indicted on 3 federal charges accusing him of renting out his house for and helping arrange an illegal poker gaming racket. Gil is facing up to 5 years in prison, but seems willing to cut a deal. And this was on July 31st of this past year. And he was seen kind of dancing out of the courthouse saying, Snitch and Gil coming soon.
There's tentacles here.
Gilbert Arenas knows these guys.
Yeah. And again, is this the last time there's going to be some type of betting scandal or gambling probe with professional or college athletes? Let me answer that. No, absolutely not.
It's the Pandora's box potentially.
Yeah. I mean, it's certainly going to happen again. You're going to hear more of it moving forward. Chris Hajj taking Vegas, free NFL and college picks for you on the other side. Plus, we're giving away a 4-pack of tickets to Howl O Scream. This is Jon and Jim. Stay with us.
All right, this update is brought to you by Major League Baseball. We'll start in the NBA, the big scandal of the day. Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, Damon Jones, among several, that were arrested Thursday as part of an involvement in a sports betting and illegal gambling scandal. Tonight, Thursday night football, Chargers and Vikings. There'll be a Vikings home game in LA. And tonight at 6 p.m., we have the Sean Lewis Coaches Show with Coach Lewis, John, and Rich for 1 full hour, getting you ready for San Diego State and Fresno State on Saturday afternoon. It's the World Series. These moments never die. October, it's different. Watch baseball at its finest. The World Series presented by Capital One. Major League Baseball, trademarks used with permission.
All right, great to connect with Chris Hajj. As always, terrific resource for our listeners. Another win with the free play on Monday. He had Detroit on the text line. He's 13-6 this year with the free plays. If you go back to last year, listen to this. Chris Hajj, his last 44 free picks for San Diego listeners, is 33-10-1.
Is that good?
He's the Oklahoma City Thunder from last year.
He's Wemby.
That might be a better. He's Wemby, 33 points, 10 rebounds.
Putting up Wemby numbers.
Anyway, Chris Hajj back with us right now on Jon and Jim. Chris, first of all, hope you're doing well. We got another Thursday night football game here tonight. How can our listeners get Vikings and Chargers?
Same as always, and thank you guys for having me on. Kind of a boring day today, right? Like nothing really crazy going on.
Nothing happening.
Nothing happening at all in the sports world, especially the NBA with big gambling.
Right.
But no.
Yeah, we'll get to that. But same as always, guys, just text the word win to the number 545454. If you guys remember a couple times earlier in the year, I was on some Charger games and we won those games. So Minnesota, LA tonight, absolutely free, no questions asked. We did the same thing on Monday when we hit Detroit rather easily. Same thing as always, same text line as always. Just text the word win to the number 545454.
Yeah, we'll get to the NBA, but let's get to these games first here. Houston, Arizona State. What do you got in that one?
Tough game, man, because now you got the kid Jordan Tyson. He is Arizona State's best receiver. So here's the deal. Arizona State has thrown 9 touchdown passes this year. This kid has caught 8 of them. Okay. And the next best receiver, okay, on Arizona State is a running back. So missing this kid is really going to hurt Arizona State. But the one thing that Arizona State does really, really well is they control the ball. They're number 3 in the country this year in time of possession. They average about 35 minutes per game. So this is a spot where they're really going to have to slow the game down because, without their best offensive player, they're going to have a hard time scoring. And Houston could play to their defense. So the total opened at 49.5. I think this game is a dead under right now. It's sitting at 46.5. It's dropped 3 points with the information that Tyson was out. I just think with Arizona State coming off the game that they played last week against Texas Tech and Houston being able to play defense, they haven't shown it in a couple weeks, but when they have to, that team is a good defensive team, and they like to run the ball as well. So 46.5. Best player out for Arizona State. I think it's a low-scoring game, so we're going to go with the under in that one.
All right, so the under in Houston, Arizona State, Saturday. Again, if you want tonight, we're talking Chargers, Vikings. You can get it absolutely free from Chris Hajj, who's been red hot for our listeners. Just text the word WIN, W-I-N, to 545454. That's WIN to 545454. Now, you're based out east. It hasn't been a great year for the Jets. It hasn't been a great decade or century.
Has a great life.
It hasn't been great for the Jets ever since Joe Namath. Jets, Bengals, Sunday. What's your play here?
So the last time I did a Thursday show with you guys, because remember we missed one, the free pick I gave you was Pittsburgh when they were playing Cleveland, and I said this is an all-timer.
Right.
Like they're going to beat this team. And this is the same exact spot for Cincinnati. At the same exact line that Pittsburgh was. The Jets have injuries all over the place. Cincinnati played a Thursday night game at home. They won it. They don't have to travel. They have extra days off. And you got the Jets coming in, and the Jets are, and this is saying something because the Jets have been a dumpster fire before. This is the most dumpster fire I think I've ever seen the Jets. Their best cornerback, probably not going to play in this game. Their best wide receiver, probably not going to play in this game. You had the owner blasting the quarterback that they went out and got. Okay, I don't know if you guys read that story, but the Jets owner blasted Justin Fields to the point where they can't play the guy now. They're probably going to have to play the backup who stinks too. Okay, and you got the Cincinnati team that, Mike Tomlin said it. Cleveland gave them hope. When Cleveland traded Joe Flacco to them, He gave them hope. Cleveland gave them hope. And it showed on Thursday night when they beat Pittsburgh. And now you got 10 days for Joe Flacco to get, more comfortable in that offense. And the Jets do not have anyone to cover these receivers. No one. And the Jets aren't getting a pass rush. So this is going to be an absolute annihilation. This is going to be like Pittsburgh, Cleveland, probably like 30-6, somewhere in that area. But lay the 6.5 with Cincinnati. Enjoy the winnings because there's no way the Jets are staying in that game.
All right, so let's get to what happened today here, Chris, with the NBA and Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, Damon Jones, and that whole situation. And it specifically, when something like this happens in the world of sports and to this scale for you, because this is your job, does this affect your business and your job at all?
I actually like it. Right. And it sounds crazy, but just get all the stupid stuff out. Right. And, I say this all the time on my radio show. There's good restaurants, bad restaurants, good doctors, bad doctors, good handicappers, bad handicappers, handicappers that a lot of guys don't do the right thing. Get them the hell out of here. And the same thing with these NBA guys, because it always seems like it's the NBA. Like it's crazy how every time we wake up and there's like a massive sports scandal, it just seems like the NBA is in the center of it. With this particular situation, I don't understand why a guy that is on a $96 million contract needs to give inside information and fake an injury to get out of a game. The level of stupidity there, like no one around this kid said, hey, Terry, you probably shouldn't do that, right? I just don't understand it. Now, what Billups was doing, he was trying to scam people out of poker. That's what it seems alleged. That I don't understand either. But from a level of the NBA, it's not really going to affect us. If anything, like I said, and I've said this numerous times, I believe on your show, I like when the bad gets out, that kind of makes it easier for me.
All right. So again, if you want tonight, which is Thursday Night Football, Chargers, Vikings here in Southern California, text the word WIN, WIN, to 545454. Chris Hajj again this year, 13-6. If you total all his plays with us here in San Diego and dating back to last year, 33-10-1 with his last 44 free picks for us here in San Diego. Again, if you want tonight, text WIN to 545454. I mean, sports wagering, as we know, Chris, it's your business. It's only getting bigger and bigger. You talk with us a lot about how it can become an investment. What do you want our listeners to know about sports wagering, where it is right now, and the type of investment that people can use when getting involved with wagering?
So I believe it's a good investment, but that comes with a little bit of a warning, right? It's a bad investment if it's done incorrectly. You take the NBA, for example. Like if you like to bet the NBA, you cannot bet the NBA before 6:30 at night Eastern time, because the NBA does not disclose their injury report until then, which I do not understand. That should be reported by 10:30 in the morning at shoot around, and that should be the lineup the teams use. And if you're not able to go at that time, then you can't go in the game. That's number one. But in terms of sports wagering as an investment, I don't always want to scare anyone off with a big number, but let's say you put $100,000 into a sportsbook account, right? Everyone thinks that you're going to bet $100,000 on one game. That's not how it works. You're going to bet anywhere between 5 and 10% of whatever your bankroll is until you get to another certain number. Let's call it 150, right? And then you'll raise your bets up. And if you do it that way, you can have success. But, you got this guy that is the commissioner of the NBA who actually went on TV and called the sports books their partners. They're complaining about gambling, yet LeBron James does all of these commercials for these sports books. Yep. It is the utmost hypocrisy that we are witnessing, and it's really tricking the common gambler out there to get into parlays and to bet when they're not supposed to. So with all that being said, if you bet smart, patience, discipline, you can have success. If you bet like a moron, you're not going to have success. And I've said that forever.
Do you think that this is the last big time betting scandal?
Nope.
Yeah.
No. So, I'll tell you one thing, and you guys could go look into this. There's a head coach from Michigan State in college football, and I can't believe this guy's not under investigation yet. There were 2 games. He coached against Indiana this past week. Indiana was up 38-10 in the game. Indiana was minus 26.5. This guy kicked a field goal down 28 with 20 seconds left to cover that game. Last year, Oregon, Oregon minus 22.5. They're up 31-7. This guy kicked a field goal with 20 seconds left to cover that game. This guy's kicking field goals when his team's down 28 and 24 points, and they just happen to be covering point spreads. If you look into the SEC official that ref the Georgia, I believe it was Georgia-Auburn game, the whole crew just got suspended. I was watching that game. I'm seeing penalties being thrown, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? There was a penalty called in a UCLA game last week on a block in the back where a guy didn't even get touched.
Yep.
So now you have these situations where these things are happening. We know what's going on. And I think they're kind of getting swept under the rug. And because now gambling is so prevalent, they're going to start to come out. So I think we're going to see a lot of stories like this, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, exactly. All right. Again, takingvegas.com is the site. But if you want tonight, Vikings, Chargers, Thursday Night Football to kick off another week in the NFL, just text the word win, WIN, to 545454. Again, Chris Hajj, this year 13-6, dating back to last year 33-10-1 with his last 44 free picks. For San Diego listeners, text win to 545454. Chris, thank you. Let's do it again next Thursday.
Thanks, man.
All right. Thanks, guys. Have
Appreciate
a great day.
you, man. All right, Chris Hajj from Taking Vegas. Imagine his phone today.
Very topical guest to have on today. I know that we obviously do the spot to, why we have it, but good perspective on his business and how he actually views it as like a positive. And I can understand that. Like, get all the idiot people out of the way. Like, get all the stupid and clean that up. Because like he said, you can turn this into, you can be responsible with it. There's a lot of people that aren't responsible with gambling, but he's trying to promote responsible gambling.
Yeah. And again, going back to what happened today with Terry Rozier specifically, it's almost inevitable when every league when every league is so intertwined with these betting companies, like it's so intertwined that there's going to be people that make poor decisions. Like, it's right there. It's legal for everyone else. It's not legal for you. And you certainly can't get involved in manipulating results.
If I had a contract for $100 million,
you don't?
I don't. But I'm just saying.
Ooh.
And that's a bad. You do? Nice. Look at you. Big time.
You wouldn't fix this radio show?
There's no fixing this radio show. I don't think I would put myself in that position. Let me just say that. Because I just feel like Terry Rozier, I'll say it as bluntly as I can, he's an idiot.
I mean, it's obviously a terrible decision.
He is like literally stupid. He's a stupid person. Like, I'm sorry, you are a stupid person, Terry. You're stupid.
Yeah, again, when you're in the midst of a $100 million, $96
your brain
million
doesn't
contract.
function properly if you are doing what you did with the money that you already have.
Right.
Yeah. He pretty much caved to peer pressure because his buddies wanted some money. So they were the ones that are like, well,
why don't you do this?
Yeah, just tank the prop bet. So then
we can all make money.
So then hook your buddies up with money so we can get paid. And they guilted him into it instead of just him going, no.
Let's hear from Charles Barkley on the other side. Chuck, on today's gambling scandal involving the NBA players and coaches. We'll hear from Chuck on the other side. Plus, on the other side, we'll give away a 4-pack of tickets to Hallow Scream at SeaWorld San Diego on Jon and Jim. All right, hey guys, it is Jon and Jim again for the all-new Jamul Casino Resort, the Players Place. We've told you that their hotel and spa is now open. It is the next level of luxury. It's arrived. You can treat yourself to a stunning new stay, rooftop relaxation, indulgent spa treatments, and all the thrills of Jamul Casino Resort, now all in one unforgettable destination.
Yeah, and savor San Diego's ultimate endless dining experience at Jamul 23. From their world-famous lobster brunch served every morning to the luxurious VIP endless dining experience each evening, Indulgent chef-curated specialties, fresh seafood, prime cuts, and decadent desserts, all with stunning panoramic views.
More on the spa. You can unwind in style at the Hamul Spa at Hamul Casino Resort. Experience pure relaxation with indulgent treatments, serene spaces, and a retreat designed to refresh your body and mind. Only at Hamul Casino Resort. Learn more and book a treatment today at hamulcasino.com/spa at the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, the Players Place. All right, we're giving away a 4-pack of tickets to Hallow Scream at SeaWorld San Diego. We'll do that in the next 7 or 8 minutes. We've been covering the Padres managerial search. We'll get back to that at 5 p.m. We've also been discussing this gambling scandal involving the NBA. We heard from Shaq, but we haven't heard from Charles Barkley.
Ooh, no, we have not.
We have not heard from Chuck.
Now, halfway into this, he's going to get into it with Kenny because Kenny's whole take was he kind of played the gambling addiction thing. And to paraphrase, Chuck said that was a bunch of BS.
Okay.
So,
well, let's hear how this played out earlier on inside the NBA.
You say the league dropped the ball on the Rozier part of this because they had already looked at it and said we didn't have enough, but not on the Chauncey. They didn't drop the ball on Chauncey.
First of all, these are two different things.
Yeah, exactly.
Two different things.
So the league dropped the ball on Rozier.
Take Chauncey out the equation.
All right.
And the reason I'm mad at Kenny is, man, this ain't got nothing to do with damn gambling addiction. This ain't got nothing to do with addiction. These dudes are stupid. Why are they stupid? Under no circumstances can you fix basketball games. Under no circumstances. I love to gamble. The notion, like, Rozier makes $26 million. Him betting, giving people information or taking himself out of games, how much is he gonna benefit taking himself out the game to get unders? Like, he's making $26 million. The notion he gave, how much of these guys he gave a head up? He took himself out of games on prop bets. How much money is he gonna make
Well, if he did that, you're proving my point.
What do you mean? That
means
that's
that
not
it's an
addiction.
illogical thought process. If you're making $26 million to try to win 50,000, like that's illogical. So that you're proving my point.
No, that's not addiction. That's stupidity.
The same reason someone goes and uses drugs when they're in the NBA.
Hey, drugs are addiction.
So there's no gambling addiction?
No, yeah, they are gambling addiction. But the notion that you're trying to make sure these guys being addicted, you can't fix basketball games. You cannot fix. Like I say, this is separate from Chauncey. But the notion that guys are making all this money and giving information, come on, man, stop that. Ain't got nothing to do with addiction. That's just total stupidity on these two dudes' parts.
I love how Charles Barkley said, "There's no addiction here," and then he said in the middle of there, like, "Yeah, well, you can be addicted. You can be addicted."
I mean, I do agree with the general premise. I don't know the full facts of this case. I don't know if anyone does. This isn't the end. This is the beginning of this process, right? These are allegations, and people will have a day in court, no doubt about it. But on its face, it's hard to rationalize or relate to someone that makes $26 million and is now manipulating their performance in a game to go make someone another 10K.
Yeah, it's one thing. Like Charles said there, he loves gambling. If Terry Rozier making all this money, like every single night he was at the craps table or playing blackjack,
that's completely different, right?
Completely different. Like Michael Jordan, he had a gambling addiction, but he never. Well, we don't know, but he would go to the casino. He made the casino all night long, right? Charles Barkley, casino. All night long. That's a different form of gambling. The gambling that Terry Rozier did
was on himself.
100%. And like I said before I heard that clip, because I didn't know Charles said that, I just think that Terry Rozier is actually a dumb person. Like he's actually stupid.
It may be accurate, but to your point from Chris Hajj earlier and what you said earlier, is it only going to involve stupid people? This is going to keep happening. Mm-hmm. Is it because people are stupid, or is it because it's so available to occur? You can literally, we're watching a Pacers Thunder game right now. It could be the Major League World Series coming up. It could be Thursday Night Football between Chargers and Vikings. I can bet on anything within the game, not the game. I can bet right now on whether Aaron Neesmith is going to make a 3-pointer this time down for the Pacers.
Right.
So the point is, it's so simple. It's so simple that it's almost like anyone thinks they can get away with it. Isn't it easy for player XYZ to be like, hey, guess what? Bet on this because next time down, I'm not hitting that 3. It's theory, it's the easiest thing in the world to execute on. I think people do it because they believe it's almost like it's free money. It's so easy to execute on.
Well, apparently it's not, because now Terry Rozier is going to jail.
I agree, but couldn't you see how someone could get wrapped up in it? Right. Like, hey, I'm a receiver. I'm just going to drop that pass.
Yeah, dude, I know. And we talked to Chris Hajj, and he was like the Michigan State head coach, just kicking field goals to cover point spreads.
Yeah,
like,
I don't know anything about that.
I think that this is a Pandora's box.
It could be a Pandora's box.
This is. I mean, I bet you there's so much of this happening that we don't know about.
That's what I'm saying. Do people get away with this without it being even investigated?
There are so many times I watch sports, and I'm like,
"Oh, that was interesting."
That call, that's rigged. Right. Even though a lot of times it's not, it feels that way because of how egregious some of these things I watch are.
And real quick, by the way, the way they find out about this, it's not the way they find out about it is the betting activity.
Yeah.
It's not that they go to like, hey, let me go check Terry Rozier's phone on some random day. It's that, wait, why is Rozier's prop have $77,000 of action when Shea Gilgeous-Alexander's has $4,000?
Well, I can't remember where I saw it earlier this morning, but somebody brought up the point of it's so easy to track this stuff now because of all these betting apps. It's not like back in the day where you're going to some shady dude on the street corner who's writing down numbers in a notebook. All this stuff is tracked. Yep. So the FBI just has to, subpoena the records for the app, and there's all your trends and everything are all laid out for you.
It's a good point. All right. On the other side, let's get back to the Padres managerial search, which we don't think is rigged. We'll discuss that on the other side. Plus, we told you we would give away tickets to Howl O Scream. Let's do it right now. Caller 7, you're going. 4-pack of tickets. Howl O Scream at SeaWorld San Diego this year. New horrors awaken. 5 haunted houses, 8 terrifying scare zones, hidden speakeasies, and the shrills of coasters after dark. Call 877-767-4760 if you want those tickets. Caller 7, you've got a free 4-pack of tickets. It's going on select nights now through November 1st. Tickets available at SeaWorld.com/San Diego. Caller 7, you're going. 877-767-4760. The Padres will have a manager in 2026. We'll have the latest on that. On the other side, it's Jon and Jim. Right, hey guys, it is Schaefer, and there is no better time than right now to get down to your local Toyota dealer. They have new vehicles arriving daily, including their most popular cars, trucks. We'll get back to the trucks in a moment, and SUVs. So whatever kind of vehicle you're looking for, hurry into your Toyota dealer today. It is Trucktober. It's going on right now at your Toyota dealer. It's the best time to get into a new Toyota truck. They've got the largest inventory of Tacomas and Tundras. They're all ready to roll. The Tacoma is known for its legendary toughness, off-road capability, and everyday efficiency, perfect for weekend adventures or just tackling your to-do list. And the Tundra brings you serious power, impressive towing capacity, and bold design, plus the latest tech and comfort features. Whether you need a truck that's built for the trails, built for work, or built for your family's next adventure, Toyota's got you covered this Trucktober. We make it easy. See your Toyota dealer today.
All right, this update's brought to you by King's Hawaiian Sliders. We'll start with the NBA scandal of the day. Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, Damon Jones, among several that were arrested as part of involvement in sports betting and illegal gambling scandal. Thursday Night Football tonight, Chargers and Vikings in LA. It's a Vikings home game. And then tonight at 6 p.m., 1 hour from now, Sean Lewis Coaches Show with Rich, John, and Coach Lewis getting you ready for San Diego State and Fresno State on Saturday afternoon. Eli Manning reminds you there's nothing like football and King's Hawaiian Sliders. There's something about those soft, fluffy, irresistible King's Hawaiian Sliders that make them a winner on game day. Pick them up this weekend in the bakery or deli section of your grocery store. King's Hawaiian, there's nothing like it.
Getting you all set for that drive home. Let's just start the show. Here's Jon and Jim.
All right, San Diego and Southern California, what's going on? Final hour of Jon and Jim. Jim's back page is ahead. We started the show by briefly discussing the very quiet Padres managerial search. I mean, here's how quiet it is, Jim. We never got any reporting, correct me if I'm wrong, on the interview with Pujols. Like, was it good? Was it long?
Like the Padres just completed their interview with Albert Pujols.
We didn't even get that. We didn't get that. We didn't get the, hey, they met at Nobu.
Come on, guys, do your jobs. Let's go.
Right? We didn't get anything. We didn't get it was good. It was bad.
Nothing.
Like, it's pretty tight-lipped is my point. We know it's underway. We know they've talked to Pujols. Who else do we know they've spoken to? Brian Esposito.
Potentially
Niebla.
Ruben Niebla. I don't know Ryan Flaherty as of yet. Another name, like Phil Nevin was initially brought up in the initial names that potentially could be a candidate for, manager.
What's your guess? Ballpark guess of how many people they'll interview for this job. Is it 5 or is it 15? Is it 4 or is it 12?
I'm gonna go 7.
Yeah, I would agree.
I'll go 7.
Yeah, anything more than that maybe seems a little excessive.
Yeah.
Anything less than that, it's like, well, maybe you should have seen who was available to you.
And at some point, during an interview process, you kind of know, right? Obviously, I've never interviewed anybody before, but I do feel like when you're interviewing somebody or talking to somebody, when you know. Like when I met Erin, I knew she was the one, right? When you interview somebody, you're like, okay, that's the person, right?
Yeah, but if it is a groupthink project, or you may be like, dude, Pujols clearly, and then John Seidler walks in and is like, oh, we got to go with Flaherty.
Yep, and that's where the questions come in about AJ Preller's contract extension or contract, I guess, questions with it. Like, is he just given full 100% authority to go and hire who he wants to hire? No, because he has to run it by Group Dog and he has to run it by John Seidler. And does John Seidler, is he involved in this process? We still don't know anything about this guy.
We know nothing about it. That's a good point. We don't know the organizational structure impacting baseball operations. What I mean by that is, how much of it is a sign off from a Grupner or a John Seidler? How much, carte blanche does AJ Preller have? How much of that is about his negotiation? Like, when you think about Preller and if he's going to be here long term, how much about his long term future is about his ability to be the decision maker with baseball decisions? So you're right. There are a lot of questions out there. Like, I would have thought that we would have had some of the questions answered by the end of October, specifically AJ Preller's future.
Maybe John is going to be a great owner. I don't know. Nobody knows that question.
Mm-hmm.
But with the lack of communication, I think no one knowing anything about this guy, having one sit-down interview with Kevin before the start of the season, and then
loves the Dodgers.
Yeah. And then the most boring, I'm ready to fall asleep interview during the game at the start of the year with Mud and Don. I mean, I have no idea about this guy.
That's a good point.
I have no idea about this guy, but I'm not sitting here with confidence in him. I'm not they won 90 games this year under John, and AJ went out and did what he did. And they traded a bunch of prospects for, all-stars and whatnot. But I mean, do you have any faith this guy's going to be a good owner?
Here's the one thing I will give the most credit that he's going to get from me. You know what I'm going to say here?
They did sign Merrill.
That's the credit.
Yeah.
It's one thing to write letters and say we're committed and we want to fulfill Peter's legacy. It's another thing to write checks for tens of millions of dollars. The Merrill contract is a significant signing by the Padres. Now, they didn't spend some crazy amount of dollars to get it done, but the Merrill contract is significant, and I think John Seidler deserves a lot of credit for that. It happened right at the beginning of his tenure. It happened in April.
Yeah. And a lot of people were saying that contract, Merrill's team friendly and severely underpaid.
Yeah, but that's
great for the Padres.
Yeah, exactly. That has nothing to do with John Seidler.
If Merrill turns into a really good player.
But all of it is positive from a John Seidler perspective. John Seidler doesn't control whether Jackson Merrill is going to be good.
Yeah.
John Seidler controls the purse strings. I'll credit Seidler for using the resources that are necessary to compete at the highest level.
It's just such a difference when this fan base goes from Peter to this.
Well, Peter's outgoing nature and availability publicly.
That's what I mean.
That's different.
It's a big difference. And I think Padres fans were used to Peter, and it was a short period of time. It wasn't like Peter was the owner for
2.5 years.
A decade.
Yeah.
It was a short period of time. Now it was a very impactful short period of time.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's why Peter's so beloved here. But I think from that to then like Eric Katsenda and John Seidler, and are they running this thing like a business, or are they running this thing like they're diehard baseball fans and they want to do anything possible to win a World Series like Peter?
I mean, probably more the former than the latter.
Right.
It's a business. So, like, of course, they're running it like a business because it is a business. The difference between Peter Seidler and the other owners is Peter treated it like all that mattered was winning. That's rare.
I know. So
most
rare.
owners are treating it like it is a business. Like, make no mistake, they can say whatever they want. Most people treat it like a business. So, like, there's a balancing act. They need to be in the top 10 threshold in payroll. I think gives them a chance to win at the highest level. But they're never going to be Peter's team that was like second in payroll. That's never happening again. They're never going to be top 2 or top 3 in payroll ever again.
You don't need to be top 2 or 3 in payroll to win a World Series.
They're going to be top. If they're top 10 or 12, can't they do it? These other teams are. Where's Toronto in payroll right now?
Top 10 easily.
But I mean, are they vastly outspending San Diego?
Not vastly, but they're outspending a lot of teams. They just gave Vlad a 14-year, $500 million contract.
I know, but Padres have done similar deals.
Yeah. And they're willing to give Ohtani the $700 million deferral deal.
Right.
So they spent a lot of money. They're up there.
To find it.
Yeah. I don't know off the top of my head, but my guess is top 5.
They are 7th, San Diego 6th in 2025.
Okay, so they're right there.
So again, I don't think we can use the hey, they're not spending excuse. Now, I can use the whose hands are in the cookie jar excuse. Like, let baseball people make baseball decisions. This is my knock on Jerry Jones. Now, it worked 35 years ago, but like, you own the team. That doesn't mean you're the general manager of the team. There are examples where people get involved in those decisions. I'm not saying John Seidler's that person, but like, if AJ Preller's been your 10+ year GM and you're extending him, why would Eric Rupner have anything to do with baseball decisions, such as hiring a manager that has nothing to do with anything other than baseball?
He does kind of now.
He does kind of now what?
Like influence and is involved in baseball decisions.
But I'm saying, but why? What is the reasoning? What's the legitimate? You said, is it a business or is it about winning? If it's about winning, wouldn't the people with the baseball pedigrees and backgrounds make determinations that impact on-field events? Eric Rupner can do everything from a marketing perspective and resources perspective and money perspective. I just don't get why the CFO, a chief financial officer, would have any involvement in who manages the ball club.
Because he has equity in the team, because he is the CEO, because he wants control, because he wants power.
But does that make sense to you?
No, I don't ever understand. And look, I do think Eric Rupner has done a fantastic job with his job.
I agree.
But I think that the reason why he's been able to do such a fantastic job is because of the baseball side. Without the baseball side,
sure,
Eric's not doing this level of success or having this level of success by what he's doing. He's not. All the concerts and all the celebrities that are coming in town. They're not coming to town if your team's 70 and 92 every year, right? Yep. They're coming to town because your team's making the postseason and they have exciting players and they're interesting and they're fun. That's why they're coming to town. You're having all these concerts. You're having WWE, all that stuff. But what I was going to say about Eric, and to your point of like, why are you getting involved with the baseball side? I never understand why the CEO of the team goes on the radio and starts talking about baseball decisions. Like, what?
Like, I'm looking right now at his bio. He joined the organization as a senior VP of general counsel. He was hired from the law firm of Gibson, Dunn, and Crutcher, an international law firm. As in, that's great. Do your job, which he's done well. But, and I don't know who ultimately determined that Mike Shilt was going to manage the Padres, even going back to 2 years ago. But I think Ruben was heavily involved in that decision. But think about it. Think about it. AJ Preller is a baseball lifer. Now, you can argue with his decisions. You can argue with his ability to do his job. You can say whether he's good or not at his job. But like, why would it be anyone other than the vice president of baseball operations / general manager making baseball decisions? And when you allow other people to make those decisions, that's when you get in hot water. Like, it's simple to me. It's a simple thing. Are we asking Eric Rubner whether they should trade away Leo DeVries for Mason Miller? He shouldn't be involved in that conversation.
Yeah.
That's a sheer baseball decision.
Hey, Eric, how do you get this team's power turned around next year?
Yeah. What do you think of Mason Miller's spin rate here recently? It's not relevant.
Yeah.
The best teams and organizations, like, do your job. That's what I would say.
But I will say also, he is the CEO.
Okay.
So you're asking about certain things involving the baseball team, like payroll, like the job status of the general manager and president of baseball operations.
Fair.
The manager of the team, right? His overall thoughts on the team's performance. Maybe not asking him like, hey, do you want to hit Manny third or second in the lineup? Like, where do you think Luis Arraez should hit? How do you fix this offense, Eric? You're not asking him. Like, those questions are dumb. The other questions, though, I do think are fair because he is the CEO. He has equity in the team. He has a big stake in the San Diego Padres going forward. So, yeah, ask those questions. Absolutely should be asked those questions. But guys like Mike D in the past, like, no one wanted to hear from Mike D. One reason why people wanted to hear from Mike D, because every time I heard from him, it was an absolute train wreck, and it was fun to cover. Like Ron Fowler, he's the owner of the team. He can speak however he wants to speak. Okay? If John Seidler had any cojones and wanted to get on the radio and have an actual interview or get in front of a bunch of media members in town and actually answer questions, go for it. You're the owner of the team. You can do that. But he won't because he's scared.
I'm with you that ultimately Preller is going to report to someone. I just don't know how, like, it still to me seems like an overreach from the Grupner position to be involved in baseball operations. Like, that to me could be a detriment to AJ Preller's future.
Well, like I said, when you are where you're at, like Eric Grupner is, and you have power, I'm not saying you can do whatever you want, but if John's like, hey, yeah, sure, go for it. Go and be involved in the hiring process. Guess what? He's going to do it. If he wants to do it, he can do it because he's technically kind of the boss.
Yeah.
Right?
Fair.
It goes John, Eric, AJ. That's the pecking order.
Yeah, but we'll talk about more on the other side. But here's the thing. The pecking order, don't get involved in something you're not intimately familiar with, is what I would say. Like, we have a pecking order here as well, but we don't have our market manager getting involved in programming decisions on San Diego Sports 760. Like, do what you do well.
Yeah, I know.
All right, we're here until 6 p.m. with Jon and Jim. All right, make sure to catch the Sean Lewis Show tonight at 6. Rich and I sit down with the Aztecs head coach. We'll preview Saturday's game against that team up north. Sean Lewis Show.
Are you not saying in the team
tonight,
now?
I kind of avoided it. It's like what I do. I told Sean off. I'm like, it's like I don't really say no hitter, so I buy it.
Okay.
Like if I'm calling a game, I'm not the guy to be like, Blake Snell is throwing a no hitter through 5 innings. I mean, maybe I would if he's on the Dodgers to jinx it, but I think I get it.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't know what we're talking about, but yeah, I get it. Not saying Fresno State because it's their rival. It's like the Ohio State Michigan thing.
You cancel all the M's out if you're at Ohio State.
Exactly.
Everywhere.
Exactly.
Every M you see, giant X.
What's this Hector Gomez report that he took down 5 minutes ago?
That Albert Pujols had a long and successful meeting with the Padres yesterday, and both parties were very pleased with the meeting.
But he deleted that?
Yeah.
Why would he delete it?
I don't know.
Isn't that true?
Maybe someone was like, dude, what are you doing? It's Hector Gomez, though. I mean, like,
what percent of stuff
his
does he
hit
get
rate's
right?
like, he's got a 50% chance of hitting something right.
So do we.
But we're not like
reporters.
We're
Right.
we're giving our opinions.
So I went, okay, and this is where my mind is going because he's tied in with Dominican baseball, right?
Right.
So here's where it's going. I think Hector Gomez reaches out to Albert Pujols. It's like, how'd it go? He's like, dude, it was
You think
great.
they're tight?
Well, this is how he's made his career, right? Covering Dominican baseball.
Okay.
So I'm just imagine this. He texts Pujols like, yo, Al, it's Hector.
Al.
What's up? Yo, I saw that you interviewed yesterday with the Padres. Yeah. How'd it go? Oh, it was great. It was long and successful. And then Hector puts that on Twitter, and then someone finds that tweet, sends it to Pujols, like, yo, dude, I thought I was just talking between me and you. Don't put that out there for public to consume.
You think it went down exactly like that?
Identical to a T.
Like to a T.
Like, yo, Al.
Yo, Al.
Yeah. What do you think?
I had a long and successful meeting.
Yeah. I think Gomez heard that from a source or the source. He posted it, and then a source or the source like, take that down. That was between you and I. That's not public information. Although he didn't say anything in there.
I know.
That was like, damn it.
But it's funny because we were talking about it last segment, like
5 minutes ago.
Like, are we going to see anything from anybody? Is anybody going to do their jobs?
That was my surprise that we didn't see the general just like, hey, it went really well.
Yeah. Nothing.
The interview was conducted virtually or in Anaheim, or they went to a lunch spot.
It's just, is it weirdly quiet? Too quiet?
No,
like,
we said it last time with Shilt. It's just quiet.
How long did it take?
It took a while, right?
I'm curious.
When was Mike Shilt hired?
Yeah, when was he hired last year?
2 years ago?
Let's do some investigative reporting. Not really, but kind of.
I feel like asking ChatGPT. When was he hired as manager? The Padres hired Mike Shilt to be their 23rd manager on November 21st.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, when did Bob Melvin?
It was late, remember?
When did Bob Melvin leave for the Giants?
Well, in the article it says Shilt's hiring comes less than 1 month after Bob Melvin accepted the managerial job with the Giants. So my guess is it played out over 20, 25 days.
Okay.
So if Melvin left late October, Shilt was hired late November.
All right. So we're not at 2 weeks yet.
We aren't? Since Shilt's retirement?
Yeah. He
feels like forever.
He quit on the 13th.
Wow.
And it's the 23rd. So we've only 10 days since then. It's felt like longer.
How did we find out? AC reported it, right?
AC reported, yeah. It said Mike Shilt retires as Padres manager. And I was like, excuse me?
Which again, to me, still doesn't mean he retired. Going back to that. Retiring as Padres manager would be like, if I'm retiring from Jon and Jim, I can just go across the street and go be Jon and Bob. I'm just retiring from Jon and Jim.
Oh, who's Bob?
I wasn't going to tell you in the setting, but
oh wow, look
but
at
you know what I mean. Like, it's not like I'm saying I'm retiring. If I retired, I'd be like, I'm retiring.
No, I know.
Don't you agree?
Yeah, we talked the wording on it. It's interesting because he left himself an out,
right,
to potentially manage again. Even though I don't think he will manage again.
Why do you say that? Because it's taxing and it's taking a toll.
I don't think teams want to deal with this.
Okay, so that's why I asked it. Is it more on his side because it's taxing, or on their side?
I just think there's too many coaches out there And there's now too many things. It's a pattern. Mike Shilt has a pattern of rubbing people the wrong way to the extent where he is hated. I understand. He doesn't seem like a very likable dude. And because of that, I'm not touching him with a 10-foot pole. Even though he wins,
it's interesting.
I'm not dealing with it because I
don't want the baggage.
I could find another manager that does exactly what Mike Shilt does, but better and not be a total D-bag.
Right. It's not like he's winning at a clip like Bruce Bochy.
He's not winning consecutive World Series every year.
Right. Right. So you say, why even deal with it? It's not worth putting up with.
Yeah, I think because of what Kevin reported, and then it all making sense now back in St. Louis.
Yeah.
And kind of like the cat's out of the bag. I think he never gets a job again as a manager because of this.
Yeah, I can see that. That's a compelling argument. Do you think he works in baseball again?
I do.
I do as well.
And I think people would hire him to work in baseball.
Yeah, definitely.
Because I don't think he would be a total a-hole.
If he's like in an organization advising or
right. Because the grind isn't going to turn him into that type of person.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I could see him. Here's my guess. He's in his 50s, right? He's 57.
Yeah.
I think maybe takes the year. And I would be surprised if Mike Shilt, come 2027, wasn't involved in a major league organization. Baseball lifer, retiring at 57.
Well,
I think he gets back in.
Now, it will be interesting if some team out there decides that they want to deal with this crap from Shilt and they hire him. And then, as I said while you were gone, this entire thing is BS. Because if you say that you want to never manage again, or you're done with managing, right? And then a couple years later, you become a manager again, then this whole thing that went down, complete BS.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I wonder if he's going to manage again.
And look, I'm fine with never hearing from Shilt again, to be honest with you. Like, I don't
in any capacity.
I go stay in North Carolina, go do whatever you want to do, but like, I'm fine if I never hear about Mike Shilt ever again.
Yeah, I think locally that's probably the case.
Yeah,
I don't think we'll hear a lot about him in San Diego.
Yeah,
he's not coming back to manage. Or
just like
part of the
just like Jace
organization.
Tingler, like out of sight, out of mind. Like, just I don't want to hear about.
Where is he? Twins?
There's
Where's Andy Green? Cubs?
There's reports that he could join the Giants coaching staff.
New York or San Francisco?
The Jets, or no, the New York Giants. You're right.
Oh my gosh! All right, we're here until 6 p.m. Don't go anywhere. Jon and Jim, San Diego Sports 760, live on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, this update is brought to you by King's Hawaiian Sliders. We'll start with the NBA scandal of the day as Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, Damon Jones, among several others, were arrested Thursday as part of involvement in a sports betting and illegal gambling scandal. NFL Thursday Night Football underway in Los Angeles. Chargers and Vikings. It's a Vikings home game. It's scoreless with 9:21 left in the first quarter there. And in 30 minutes from now, the Sean Lewis Coaches Show with Coach Lewis, John, and Rich, getting you ready for San Diego State's football game versus the team up north this Saturday afternoon. Eli Manning reminds you there's nothing like football and King's Hawaiian Sliders. There's something about those soft, fluffy, irresistible King's Hawaiian Sliders that make them a winner on game day. Pack them up this weekend in the bakery or deli section of your grocery store. King's Hawaiian, there's nothing like it.
All right, Jon and Jim, San Diego Sports 760. Again, the Sean Lewis Show coming up, as Jim just told you, at 6 p.m. Jim's back page in about 10 or 15 minutes. We've got some games in action right now, including this NFL game, Thursday Night Football. No score, Jim. Chargers, Vikings. Did you mention that in your update?
I didn't, actually.
You did, didn't you? What did you say?
I don't remember. What did I say?
Did you say no score?
I said no score with 9:29 left in the first quarter.
Wrong. No score, 7:37.
Oh, well, my app didn't update.
Well, it's actually probably been 2 minutes since your update. So no score, Chargers and Vikings. What's the big? What are you laughing at?
There's this account on X that all they've done today is they've done like Twitter searches for NBA players that mention the word bet, like in a tweet.
Right.
And they're tagging the FBI in all of these tweets. So this person right here from Luka Doncic back in 2020, he responded to Jalen Brunson.
Bet you're wrong.
He goes, Jalen Brunson posted, "Happy birthday, Brody," to everyone's favorite Cowboy fan, Luka Doncic. And he's wearing a hoodie for the Dolphins.
Right.
And then Luka responded, "It was a bet for all Cowboy fans. Don't worry."
At FBI.
And then some guy posted the at FBI and then like a gif of LeBron like pointing to the guy on the sideline. Remember that gif?
Yeah.
So this guy has done like all of he did like something for Steph. He did something for LeBron. Like it's just,
is it getting a lot of traction? Are people like liking it?
I mean, he posted it. Yeah, it's pretty funny. The guy is taken every like Terry Rozier, by the way, 2012.
2012?
He posted something I reposted today. It's got a lot of play. In 2012, he just tweeted, "I bet."
And that's been retweeted a lot today.
Yeah, right now it's up to 6,000 retweets, 13,000 likes, and over 900 bookmarks. And like the first one is from like, might want to delete this, fam.
Do you think there's going to be a lot of like sleepless nights from players in the NBA? Like,
not if you're not doing anything.
Well, yeah, exactly. But are we thinking that Terry Rozier is the only player in the NBA?
No, we're not.
So then there's probably a lot of sleepless nights.
Also hilarious, as Chauncey Billups left the courthouse in Portland, he was wearing a Clutch sweatshirt.
Clutch Sports.
Yep.
The agency, who runs it?
Maverick Carter. I think that is Maverick.
Okay.
Maverick Carter. Yeah. It's LeBron.
It's LeBron's agency.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. That's what he decides to put on to go to the courthouse today.
Oh boy.
Dude, I mean, the Chauncey Billups thing, okay, that's random. That's bizarre. You're never going to see him, obviously, again, involved in the NBA.
I would be worried for my life if I'm Chauncey Billups. Like the mafia
you're
might
involved
be
with the mafia. But the thing with Rozier is more like, whoa, what does this mean for other NBA players? If he's doing it, he's on a $100 million deal. Like Chuck said earlier, he's making $26 million a year. There's a lot of guys in the NBA ain't sniffing $26 million. So if a guy making $26 million a year is willing to, I don't even know, like illegally maneuver prop betting, right? I mean, if he's willing to do it, are other people willing to do the same? Has to be the question.
You know who Dave Ramsey is? Like that.
Like the financial
freedom. Yeah, the financial guy.
Yeah.
So
he's on the board for that.
There's a funny meme going around. There's always a meme going around of Dave Ramsey, like, you did this and you now did this. So the funny meme of the day is, quote, "So you made $160 million in your NBA career?" "Yes, Dave." and you're now facing a federal indictment for rigging a game to make $200,000. That's correct, Dave.
Yeah, like what are you doing?
Like, what are you doing?
Exactly. Again, it's like it's hard to put yourself in someone else's shoes. It's like everyone always says this. How many times have you heard this? If I had $1 million, I wouldn't do what this person did with $1 million. Well, yeah, it's easy to say when you don't have $1 million. So, like if you made $1 million, guess what, Jim? Your car would be nicer, your home would be nicer, your bills would be higher, and you wish if you're making 1, I bet you wish you had 1.5. And I bet if you make 2, I bet there's a lot of people that make $2 million and say, man, if I made $3 million, I'd have this lifestyle. But, so like, is it a keeping up with the Joneses situation?
That's different. Yes, I would want, if I had $1 million, I want 1.5. I want 2 million. But I'm not risking like going to jail or like my career over trying to get there.
No, 100% agree. I'm just saying that I could see how everyone's going to be motivated by money, even if they have a lot of money. There's a lot of people motivated by money that have way more money than you and I have. Right? I mean, there's people that have been caught up in things like, how are you dealing with like tax evasion when you make $73 million a year?
It's so
you know what I mean? It's like,
ridiculous.
Why are you trying to skirt the tax system?
And then the person that's making like $150,000
paying
a year,
taxes.
Yeah, is paying a lot of taxes.
Right. I guess just my point is that it's not overly surprising that people would be doing things illegally in an effort to potentially make more money. Although I think it's dumb.
Yeah, I get it.
At the end of the day.
Well, I always bring this up whenever it gets brought up, the Mr. Burns quote from The Simpsons of I'd give it all up for just a little more when it comes to his wealth. But in a way, it almost kind of parallels like the steroids thing in baseball, to where you would have, if you have a player that doesn't make, $27 million a year, I could see him, doing the prop bet thing like what Rozier did, compared to like in baseball when you'd have, Barry Bonds didn't need to take anything. He was going to hit home runs anyways. But, the second baseman that's just been on the fringe of getting sent back down to the minors, he's the one that you could see. Okay, I could see him trying to take that for an edge so he can keep his job. So it's just kind of weird that he didn't need it because he has a high paying contract. So you would expect it from like people that don't make money like that, if that makes sense.
It makes sense. And again, it's so easy when you're not involved in something like that to be like, why on earth would you ever do that?
Yeah.
But then I look around all these sports leagues. I'm like, this, I don't know. I feel like we've seen other examples, maybe not as high profile.
Like this is fishy.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of fishiness going on out there.
And I just feel like there's been other like probes that like this stuff has happened in like college. Okay, well, college guys don't make $26 million a year. But now that it's happening in like the NBA, yeah, what can you do to really prevent it from happening, I guess, if you're the NBA? When you have ads every 2 seconds for...
There's an underdog ad on right now.
When you have ads every 2 seconds, like what are you going to do to prevent this from happening in the future? I guess would be my question. How can you prevent it from happening?
Well, maybe seeing people go to jail for this stuff might kind of get it through these guys' thick skulls.
Maybe.
But highly doubtful.
That's my thought. Like, it's like there's people in jail for a lot of crime. Does that stop people from doing like crime?
Nope.
And this is different.
Yeah.
This is a different type of crime, I guess.
It is. I can't believe that these people were this stupid.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it basically boils down to that.
Just do this. Like, how could you be this dumb?
Well, remember, I'll give you an example. Wasn't there like a Padres minor leaguer within the last like 2 years that
there was
got caught up in something comparable?
Was it Tucupita Marcano?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Who was later traded to the Pirates?
Yeah. I think it was, right?
Banned for life, right?
Yeah.
Because of something related to betting.
I think so.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, again, that's not near the high profile of like the NBA. Tucupita Marcano.
Emmanuel Clase.
Yeah, exactly.
It's pretty clear cut that he was like fixing the games, or at least the prop bets of like first pitch strikes.
Right.
He wasn't even throwing the ball close, dude.
Right.
And there's a lot of evidence out there from Clase that shows that he was cooking the books.
Again, it's like this is an issue that leagues have to deal with moving forward. You got high profile athletes involved in something like this. And I don't know what you're really going to fully do to get rid of it.
It was Marcano, and he got banned. He was placing bets while he was injured when he played for the Pirates.
Placing bets while injured.
Yeah, he wasn't even active. He was
Smart,
injured.
very smart.
Not really. All right. On the other side, Jim's back page. That's next. All right, Jon and Jim, San Diego Sports 760. We do have the Sean Lewis show coming up at 6 p.m. Me and Rich, the head coach of the Aztecs. San Diego State's 5-1. Fresno State is 5-2.
Why'd you say it? Why did you say it?
Well, I can say it not in Sean's presence.
You wouldn't say it in my presence a couple minutes ago.
Right. You can say Fresno State.
Wait, it jinx the game. They lose.
If
they lose, it's your fault.
Yep.
I'm going to call Fresno State on the broadcast.
Do you?
You don't have to.
Do I or will I? Yes, you have to.
Both.
You can't be like that team up north is taking a 6-0 lead, or like San Diego State is
Just nonchalantly, just never mentioned. Just call them the Bulldogs the whole time.
Yeah, I guess you could say Bulldogs or Fresno and not say Fresno State.
Just treat them like Harry Potter. Just call them or they who shall not be named.
No, I got to call him.
He doesn't know who Harry Potter is.
I know.
And he has no idea.
It was a joke for everyone else, Jim.
And he has no idea who shall not be named is.
Was he caught up in the scandal?
Yeah,
could be.
He was betting on the Lakers.
He's betting on other Harry Potter. Who's going to be on a broom longer? What's Harry Potter about?
He leaked Quidditch information.
Isn't Harry Potter like broomsticks and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Kinda, yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
With that kid, he's wearing like a scarf.
Yeah, but what is he, John?
You nailed it.
What
Nailed the plot.
Yeah.
It's like you read all the
It's like a
books and
witch
saw
or
the
something.
movies.
He's a wizard. A wizard, Harry. You're a wizard.
It's wizards and witches. You're half
What's
right.
the plot?
The plot?
The plot.
Now, there's a lot of movies. There's different plots for
The
a lot of movies.
premise. He's going to take over the world or something?
The premise is Voldemort killed Harry Potter's family and ended up giving Harry a scar on his forehead. And it turns out that him and Harry are linked together through these things called Horcruxes. And they're trying to basically kill Voldemort because he's the big bad evil.
It's about a bunch of kids that go to wizard school.
That too.
Oh. I
kind of gave you the premise of like the final
The last
movie.
two movies.
The last two movies.
Okay. Would you, if you were me, would you watch any of them?
With Jones, maybe.
Star Wars or Harry Potter?
Star Wars.
Star Wars.
Not close. Okay.
Harry Potter, I know you.
I'm not watching that.
You would turn on Harry Potter and within 30 seconds, you're like, I can't do this anymore.
I can't do it. I already just talking about it.
I know.
All right, let's get to it.
All right, this is potentially genius. Chick-fil-A has launched the first of its kind, a 24-hour vending machine.
Okay, go on.
Chick-fil-A has officially launched its first ever 24-hour vending machine, a move that's turning heads in the fast food industry. The automated machine, described as a temperature-controlled market fridge, is currently being tested inside a children's hospital in Georgia. It marks the brand's latest innovation in bringing its popular menu items to customers around the clock, except, of course, on Sundays. The vending unit is stocked with fresh favorites like the Chick-fil-A Cool Wrap, Southwest Veggie Wrap, and signature waffle potato chips, all available through a digital self-service interface. Customers can simply tap, pay, and grab their meals without waiting in line, making it an ideal solution for hospital staff, visitors, and patients looking for quick, quality food at any hour.
Interesting.
Now, does the machine work on Sundays?
Right. Is the machine off? That's a good question.
It says here, except for Sundays.
Except Sunday, so it must not be available on Sunday.
Also, too, when you have your best item at Chick-fil-A is what?
Spicy chicken sandwich.
Chicken sandwich with the pickles.
Well, I was just going to say chicken,
Okay,
right?
yeah.
Like that. Like they're known for their chicken.
Mm-hmm.
So having a veggie wrap, waffle potato chips, or waffle fries, I guess, and a Chick-fil-A Cool Wrap, not really giving you the options of some of your best items on the menu, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
So if you can find a way to give me some chicken strips and like a chicken sandwich in
Then
that
you're
thing,
on board.
then we're good. But highly doubtful for a vending machine, which you would probably need to restock. You can't have just chicken in there.
Yeah.
Like you can't do that.
Yeah, you can't do
My guess is the ingredients in the wrap probably last longer
Right.
than like a normal chicken
Right.
sandwich.
Yeah, it
so that's why they
stays.
don't.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they'd have to swap them food out like every single day.
Yeah, and French fries, you don't have to
Interesting.
worry that much about French fries, but it is interesting.
It's interesting. Yeah.
to
I
have
agree.
that.
It's interesting.
Yeah. So Stranger Things, the final season, is close to coming out on Netflix. The days are, Brent, I believe isn't it like Thanksgiving
It's
and
like
then
Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's.
or no, is Halloween one of the days?
No.
That's weird.
What do you mean multiple days? I'm yawning at this story.
Wow.
Like, what's that? What do we mean?
So their final season they're releasing in like volume. So like volume 1, volume 2, and then the finale
on different days.
Yeah. So volume 1 releases, and then volume 2 releases.
Gotcha.
And then the finale, I believe, is on New Year's Eve.
Okay.
Okay. Well, the finale of Stranger Things has already been slated as a 2-hour finale.
Okay.
It will also be released in a theatrical version. So you can go watch the finale of Stranger Things in theaters on December 31st and January 1st.
Interesting.
Which that's new because like a week ago they wanted to do that and Netflix is like,
Because Netflix wants
That's what I
all
was
of
there.
thinking.
But then they changed their mind because I
Gotcha.
think they got pressured by fans that were like,
Right.
oh, well, we kind of think this would be cool.
The final season of Stranger Things will be released in 3 parts. The first 4 episodes on November 26th, 3 episodes on December 24th, and the 2-hour finale on New Year's Eve. You know, watching all the seasons of Stranger Things, I'm interested to see, like, this is a lot. Every episode of this season is over an hour long. So if you had 8 episodes plus the 2-hour finale,
Yeah, they're good.
you're like 12 hours of
in.
content here.
Well, what still has to be tied up? Where I left off in the Upside Down or something.
Oh my!
It was like 6 episodes in
Of season
and
1.
some kid got taken. Maybe
So you're far. You can't.
Yeah, you got a lot to
is
catch
he
up.
back?
Who's who?
The kid.
Yes.
Yes.
Good.
Spoiler
I
alert.
was worried about it.
He's back. Now they've gone to a whole new thing.
Yeah, it was too much for me.
I'm excited for it though. I thought the Stranger Things last season was really good. I thought every season of Stranger Things has been really good.
Is the number still around or whatever?
Yes, 11.
11. Yeah.
Okay.
So there you go. That's my back page for
Wait,
today.
was that 2 things or 3?
That was 2 things. Don't do it.
Don't do anything more than 2.
I mean,
okay.
I mean, if you want, I could talk about the Louvre heist.
Yeah. I don't have any details of that.
I haven't really like researched it a lot because I just found out about it like recently.
How do you rob the Louvre?
Well, apparently
You just walk in. They
hand
broke glass, right?
they broke glass. I think they disguised themselves as like construction workers, and they literally just walked down a ladder onto the street and then just left. Over $100 million worth of jewelry.
Were there like alarms going off?
I think so.
Okay.
These are guys' Halloween costumes.
The Louvre heist
Yep.
people.
Dressed up like construction
paintings.
workers. Yep.
$100 million.
And there's security footage of this happening. And I showed you during the break. It looks like it's AI. It does not look real.
Another NBA scandal?
No, the Louvre scandal. But isn't that crazy? Like someone just robbed the Louvre.
It's insane.
Paris?
Was it open at the time? Was it during like
There are no people in there, so
no? But it looked like broad daylight when you showed me a video.
maybe part of the museum was closed.
Or maybe it was like early in the morning.
I haven't like fully dived too deep into it.
This doesn't have to do with the NBA.
It does not, no.
As far as we know.
No, we don't know.
All right, Sean Lewis Show on the other side, 1 full hour. Get you ready for
It was Chauncey to pay off his gambling debts.
One full hour.
Chauncey and Terry Rozier. Scary Terry. Scary Terry.
Spoiler alert. If you missed anything today, sportssd.com, iHeartRadio app, iTunes, TuneIn Radio, or Spotify. Back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Sean Lewis Show on the other side. For Brent and Jim, I'm John. Keep it here. This is San Diego Sports 760.
Okay.
Bye-bye.